Yo, yo.
Hey, Wooly,
Yeah.
as you can probably see, I'm holding in my arms a significantly deformed Chinese canine. Um, and I would ask you if you could answer me a simple question.
Shoot.
Is this an Xbox?
That is, in fact, an Xbox.
Are you an Xbox caboose?
That is,
Wow.
that can be defined as an Xbox.
He is an Xbox.
And he is AI powered.
Oh my God.
So
Not this one.
So he is more Xbox than ever before. I'll tell you what.
I don't think that dog is powered by intelligence, artificial or otherwise.
Oh boy. Saddest ending. Xbox. Damn.
Oh,
That shit's over.
that shit is over, man.
Mega 64 undefeated. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess the writing on the wall for Microsoft's struggles with Xbox has been there, and Phil Spencer stepping down this week was not something that surprised many people.
No, because he has done a really bad job.
But the thought was that Sarah Bond, who was the Xbox president, was going to step in to fill the shoes.
She's up and coming, right? She's got ideas.
Like, this is an Xbox, and this too is an Xbox.
Found that out yesterday, that this is an Xbox ad campaign.
That was her.
Entirely Sarah Bond's baby.
That was hers.
Pushed obsessively against all internal criticism and widespread internal hatred.
Yes.
Of the messaging.
People at the Microsoft, at the people down at the tribe were not happy with the messaging of this too is an Xbox.
I think I saw it described as catastrophically brand damaging.
Because the idea is it's just all you're trying to do is push mobile, right? You're just trying to push mobile, but in the process, you're making it so that the hardware is meaningless and doesn't need to exist, and all the people working on the hardware are doing so ultimately for no reason.
Hey, did you read the whole article I sent you?
I did, and there's the other stuff going on.
The funniest detail about that is, like, this is an Xbox, is that's supposed to push like the phone Xbox store experience that doesn't exist.
That did not exist. Yep.
It doesn't exist.
It was early. They pushed the marketing early for a product that was not rolled out yet. So listen, this is like we've been watching this happen with Microsoft, and it's been insanely flying off the rails for a long time now. Not just because of the future, but also just everything with the Xbox related. And it is really becoming clearly more and more of a situation with video games in general, as the waters are getting muddied across the board, as they do with any tech industry, right? The closer you are to putting out a thing that plays the video game, the more likely you are to just take the generation and exist and win.
So I remember,
by just be the thing that plays the game. And that's it. Just land there, and I think it'll be okay. While everybody else tries to fucking do cartwheels and do tricks on it.
I remember back in like 2012 or 2013, Matt and I did a little like podcast for like a newspaper, I think it was. And I described the video game industry as an industry of failure, and that every company in the games business is constantly making catastrophic failures. And the only thing you have to do is not have a failure that sinks your company, and you get to have all the money for like a 4 or 5 year period.
Don't trip over your dick.
And
yep.
I can't believe that like we just watched that happen like 15 times in a row over a 20-year period.
Yeah,
Like genuinely unbelievable.
well, because the thing is, you're also in an industry, and you're in a C-suite of an industry where like the bullets that are whizzing by are people that are trying to rush to be like, I've got the future. I know how I can steer this ship, and I have a random ass direction that nobody asked for that I think we're going to pivot into, because up and coming tech startups always kind of have this disruptive quality about them. So if every generation of console can be disruptive in some way, then we can get all the money, you know?
So like there's this massive long-term thing of like, you'd see these C-suite people be like, think about the disruption that TV did to radio, and you know,
Kill the radio
and then
star.
the internet did to television, right? And you're like, yeah, that was absolutely like massive economic like inversions of existing paradigms, right? You know, the car versus the horse-drawn carriage, right? The problem with that is that ever since the iPhone, and the iPhone was like the smartphone was like the last big thing, like wow, literally every single year there is something that is coming out to be the disrupting, I'm the new big thing. And it's like, bro, between the internet and the television was like 60 fucking years.
Yeah.
And between the advent of the popular use of the internet and the iPhone, decade minimum. I think it was maybe 15 years before the smartphone became totally ubiquitous, right? Everybody's trying to get the new next big thing out every year, and they're always not the next big thing. And everybody needs to be the first there.
And
I need to be first so I can own the monopoly. Like
yes.
iPhone.
Yes.
I don't say smartphone.
Absolutely.
I don't have an iPhone, and I said iPhone instead of smartphone first.
Yep. But not only do you have to be first, right? You have to be proprietary, and if possible, you have to corner the market in such a way where, like, it's way harder to like make the new thing that doesn't exist and solve the problem that people didn't know they were having.
You need to solve the problem people don't know they have.
Right. And so you have to put walls up and make things more annoying by forcing people to do things in a way that is like, well, you're offering the service to the problem that you actually created, right? Cutting things into pieces, restricting it in different ways, etc., as opposed to any one of those things that comes along and is like, oh yeah, this is just a analog replacement for that. You know, it is. So Xbox, to finish the story, because we like
yeah, we get distracted.
What ended up happening was so Sarah Bond, who people thought was going to step in to replace Phil Spencer, steps down as well.
She's out.
And basically left their notes saying that it seems that the direction things are going in is like terminal for Xbox, more or less. And what Microsoft did was they have the new head of Xbox's Asha Sharma, who is an AI executive. From Microsoft. So in her sort of opening terms,
work over at Meta.
Like, we believe in creators and not just putting out AI slop. So she used the words AI
quote,
slop, you know.
Okay.
But you have all that. But like look, you know the department you're pulling the person from. So that says everything you need to know, of course. And then there's the part of it where, like, messaging wise, and this always happens with how messy it is, but it's like Sarah Bond's like letter or thing went up like hours after putting out promotional material. Like, there's a whole thing where it seemed like this was supposed to happen slowly, and then
so
in the course of 24 hours, it
on Monday,
exploded.
IGN got the story early, so they just panicked and did all that shit on Friday. But then there was still like automated posts coming out that Friday. It was fucking messy.
So all this to say, if you're just cutting through the CEO speak and bullshit and just getting to the brass tacks of it, it seems like Xbox is just going to pivot into some sort of extreme AI based brand, whether that comes down to some sort of full, like, because I don't know what you do with the existing services to incorporate it, but you have to do something to make the shareholders happy. And I know that trying to have a game that is generated that people can play, that formed out of absolutely nothing, is currently being tested. We know that's a thing.
That shit is so fucking far away. It's like,
but if you can convince people to pay money for it now, then it's not far away, is it, Pat?
So I follow this AI stuff and somewhat regularly. And the baby, in fact, walked up to our babysitter and said, "Mommy, talk about the ghoul, and Dad talk about AI." Which is like, all right, you don't have to read us to filth like that, little man.
That's
brutal.
That's soul core.
Yeah. But one of the things that's been kicking around for a little bit is that the transistor and microchip limit and energy draw requirements to hit the goals that AI requires for some of the generation that you're describing for, like, say, a full-blown video game probably exceed the total energy output of, like, the sun. Yes. Like it's just like engineers, not computer engineers, but engineers are like just looking at like the computational like heat transfer math, and they're like, there's no way you could ever build this on Earth.
But Pat, can I get your money out of your pocket?
No.
Before, okay, maybe not you. But if I can get the money out of someone's pocket before the problem you described hits them in the face.
Okay, what if instead of getting money out of their pocket, you get the confidence in increased valuation out of the magic space that the stock market uses to create fake money?
Bitch, I'm pulling rugs. What don't you understand here? We are a rug pulling corporation, and the latest rug is this entire fucking industry, and we are pulling it and we are running. Okay, if we can cash the fuck out before anyone has to pay the consequences that's like connected to what I'm doing here, then we get the money and bounce. So, we've been doing this in crypto. We're gonna do it here too, right?
I have been doing some refresher courses this morning on the history of Xbox, and I gotta tell you, there's a lot of large scale companies in the games business that have made like cataclysmic errors, right? I think the Wii U, from like its core concept of this core concept of look up, look down, look up, look down, being like physically unpleasant. It actually has like memories of the Virtual Boy, of like, this isn't a thing people actually want to physically do, right? I think of VR headsets making you sick. I think of the Cell engine, right? And the overimportance of the Blu-ray player, yada yada, right? I think Sony maybe not spending as much as they could have in network security at any point in the fucking console's life cycle, right? These are big mistakes. But Xbox management has been absolutely astonishingly terrible from day one of that entire thing. At almost every turning point that Xbox as a brand / company could have made at any point that would have like really like done a big service to turn that ship around was the wrong move.
But because the 360 era existed and they were the default in that era, it feels fucking weird because instead of having this continuous failure, there was a moment where they had it.
This is a shining beacon.
And then dropped it immediately after and never picked it back up. Right?
Really good
Sony misstepped, and there was a moment where they legitimately had it.
So someone in the chat said the 360 feels, where is it? I just saw it. Well, it's gone. Anyway, the 360 feels like a miracle in hindsight, like you were saying, like, oh my God, how'd they bang it out? But I think the important thing to look back at that is that the 360 era with Wii and PS3 was a fake miracle. It was a sham. And that is the beginning. That is the second major failure of Xbox, because they knew that those
ROD
boxes had a 100%
ROD
failure rate.
Yeah.
They knew that it was going to happen and it was going to cost them crazy dollars to fix.
But were they on the map by the time that problem happened? Were they making money, and were they in your house by the time that problem happened?
They were on the map and they were in your house, and they said, you know what? That was like a calculated plan where they're like, these things are going to fail. But if they do well, we can cash out, and they spent $1 billion fixing people's rings, but we'll still be in the house.
You're there.
And people will have, so we'll take the hit. And that was a cataclysmic mistake. They should have delayed a year and then had the fucking thing not die. But it was at least on purpose, right? Like, that was a thing they did knowing. Them denying console exclusivity for Grand Theft Auto and Resident Evil 4 at the very, very beginning of the Xbox life cycle, that could have, we would be wearing Xbox shirts right now.
It would be a different world, of course.
It would be a different world.
It's the FF7 on Nintendo moment. Yeah, always. What I will say is, like, a lasting legacy is the shape of their controller persists and has become a norm, right? The PlayStation controller has been around for a long time now. That's in there, but like the Xbox controller is still something that people fuck with and use as a thing you're connecting to your computer. And every time you're seeing other controllers, whether it be a Nintendo Switch Pro controller or other consoles coming out, they're basing it on that shape now. You know.
But before I forget, Genshin Impact in every Hoyo game would have changed the course of every freemium title in the world if it had been on Xbox. You've got so we had Bomber and Peter Moore. Bomber, who had a fucking team so intellectually bankrupt they couldn't come up with a better name than the Direct Xbox.
Yeah. and then they were afraid to have a number that was inferior to the PlayStation 3. So they had to put 360 instead of Xbox 2.
Yeah. Moore oversaw the creation and management of the Kinect, which was just a complete boondoggle. Then we moved to Matric, which almost killed the whole fucking endeavor with the online DRM fucking nonsense. Moving over to Spencer and I forget her name. We just talked about it. It was the lady, she just left.
Bond.
Spencer and Bond were like, you know what we should do? We should tell people. Oh, Kinect was Matric. Oh, cool. We should tell people they don't need to buy an Xbox and then put all of our games on other platforms, and that will break it. Oh yeah.
You like from you don't own the game you bought, and the disc means nothing,
to the console doesn't own the game that you want.
And like, I said this before, but it feels a little bit, there's moments where it felt like, hey guys, hey Sony, Nintendo, come on, why don't we do this whole all together thing? Come on. I'm gonna start walking this way. Who's coming with me? Anyone? Come on.
And it worked. Crossplay is a thing.
Crossplay, sure, but beyond that idea, the thought that Xbox can become any console, and hopefully, if the competitors agree, then PlayStation and Nintendo's can be anything as well, and together we will all just become PCs.
I think it's so this is a position from the guy who shows up to the key party with no wife. I'll still put my keys in, and then everyone's like, get the fuck out, Bill.
Yeah, look, it just, I guess the idea here is whatever direction swerves, whatever ship steering we see from this, even if there's the direct quote says no AI slop, even if it says this, that, whatever, it's like, no. The person you put there has a background coming from the thing in that is in the process of forcing everyone at Microsoft to use AI constantly, the thing that's firing the most people. Like, you can't just bark a couple of words out in a public statement and then pretend that like your resume doesn't say what it does. So
I'm just like fixated on like the idea of like walking up to a Nintendo executive and like, how about Mario on Xbox? And like just seeing like Yamauchi's ghost just materialize with a fucking sword. Like Nintendo's actually been incredibly clear
like a fucking
that they would
Ghostbusters
rather
demon.
go bankrupt
Yes.
than put Nintendo games on other consoles.
From years ago, yeah. I can see a world where you go to the store and you buy an Xbox, and what you're buying is a controller that, oh, are you frozen? You might be frozen. Oh boy. Well, there we are again. Thank you. Thanks, Peter Thiel. We appreciate it. Hold on a moment as we try to find our Pat. Thank you, Palantir. Thank you, Persona. Big fan of what you got going on over there. Let's see. We're still struggling to connect over here. Not sure what's going on. Gonna take a second. Yeah. Yeah, Persona. Taking over. Not the Persona you like, everybody. Apparently, new Twitch partners are also being forced to use it, so that's a good time. Good stuff. Hey. Peter, are you disrupting the call? That's not cool, Pete. Come on. Okay. Looks like we're having a more than just a regular issue here. So 1 second. I'm going to be right back, and we'll try to fix what's going on. God damn it, Pete. There we are. Thanks, Peter. Yeah.
Oh, damn, Peter Thiel. You talk shit about him and he immediately appeared.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he's there.
Oh, I can't see you.
Well, that's not good at all.
I'm just looking at me now.
Well, I see you.
How come I can't see you?
I don't know.
You're just a logo.
Well, that doesn't seem right.
You're just a talking logo now.
Okay, let me see what I can do.
I'm actually being backlit by the orange.
You are being backlit by the orange. That is odd. Okay. Well, what's going on here?
I love the internet.
There
you are.
Oh, okay, I see what happened. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I think the call. I think your call was audio call, and then you had your video, and then it turned
welcome
my
back.
video off. All right, there we are. We're good. All right, so yes, Peter Thiel will be in the tubes, disrupting us from here on out.
I don't like that.
His persona is truly the bane of our calls from here on out. However, I was in the middle of saying I can see a future where you just go out and buy a controller that connects to Game Pass, right? It's like you have an Xbox controller and it has a subscription to Game Pass on it, and that is where your money is going, and just cut out every step in between, because the earth you're standing on is already an Xbox.
Oh. Is that true?
Yeah, well.
Oh.
Don't call it Stadia. It's Xbox.
And oh my god. What a stupid fucking, what a bunch of stupid morons. What a bunch of idiots. Everyone in the C-suite is a bunch of dumb idiots.
What a predictable way for things to go. It's just, yes, time marches forward.
Why is it that anyone not in the C-suite can be like, wow, that's a really bad idea. You guys seem like you're fucking cooked if you keep doing this. And we get to go through like 3 years of, nah, man, it's working. And then a bunch of dick riders coming out, like freshly dicked up. Oh, no, man, just believe in the tribe.
As I said earlier, doing tricks on it.
It's crazy style.
Like building up fucking Tony Hawk's special meter, going, duh! With the type of tricks that you're doing on it. I would kill to get feelers the way I used to back in the day, where you could kind of see what projects are going on internally at different studios, and like you can see, okay, what's your lead platform? How are you treating your ports? Are you even talking about Xbox? What are you talking about with that? Is it coming later? How is, when you're planning a project right now, how are you treating the Xbox version of that? It says a lot about.
I don't know anything about that, but I can tell you that somebody who works at Microsoft hit me up in my DMs last Friday and was just like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know who is staying. I don't know who is fired. I don't know if I kept my boss.
I mean, they're still there, and that's kind of impressive. Yeah, they're also, that rant was being watched over by a floating little drone that was scanning them. Yeah, that's that is some fucking writing on the wall. That is a doomed switch up. Not that.
So hey, the real news for Xbox fans is get ready for Sony to go back to being completely insane.
With no challenge,
with no real competition,
with no competition. Ken, the power of Kutaragi rises once again.
You know what? If I worked in the Sony C-suite and I was foreseeing the public and gaming podcasts and all this, just spending weeks just shitting all over me for closing down Blue Point without ever having released a single game, I would be kissing my little Xbox shrine for managing to drown that out completely with how badly they're running their fucking show.
Oh my God. There's always another hand. And as much as you could just be like, okay, Sony, you can sit there and do your thing. Nope. Because the story is there's always an update. And of course, upon hearing about Blue Point getting closed, I was like, wait, what? And inside you're like, it's you didn't know for sure, but you know for sure that Blue Point shutting down means the end of Bloodborne remake possibility, right? Like that's just what that spells out.
Well, the end of that was actually, what was his name? Jim Ryan? Was that him? Yeah, it was. Jim Ryan saying we need 14 live service games. Hey, Blue Point, I'm well aware that you guys do nothing but high-end remakes of beloved classics. You guys are going to be making a God of War live service game. Just kidding. You're actually making the game called Resume Filler.
And I asked the question to, my stream the other day, but it's just like, how many examples of like single player AAA platform IP spun off into multiplayer exclusive thing have fucking taken off and succeeded in any way, shape, or form, right?
That's a great question.
Because it feels like that particular pipeline is off a cliff 100% of the time.
Is there even
the fucking
one?
The Nosgoth energy every single time, the Chinatown Wars energy every single time,
is there even one?
It's crazy. So now, what happened is Blue Point, who made the great Shadow of the Colossus remake and the excellent Demon Souls remake, and they were just, everyone was like, if anyone would take on Bloodborne at 60 FPS for PS5 or PS6, whatever you're gonna do, that'd be the team to do it. And go fuck yourself. Nope, shut them down because of God of War Live that nobody asked for. It's also like hand in hand with that was the dude who was working on the fan-made Bloodborne remake project.
Yeah,
said that he got a cease and desist after talking about it. He got a cease and desist from Sony in November 2024, and he thought, oh, that might mean they're actually doing something.
It means stop talking about Bloodborne.
Well, yes, and this is, it's separate entirely from Bunlith with Bloodborne PSX, mind you. But and then he stopped working on it and started turning it into his own project. And then the thought was like, yeah, maybe they're actually getting Blue Point to do something, and like the most wasted fucking potential. And now, right, just to have, because every shot needs its chaser. You get the post from PlayStation Germany going, hey guys, what games would you love to see remade on PlayStation?
Oh man, you gotta be. You know what I can't believe? That out of all these things to get canceled and all these fucking things, that Horizon multiplayer game somehow made it through the fucking layoff circus and is actually going to come out.
Well, it's...
What the fuck is it even called? Hunter's Gathering?
Horizon Mobile Dawn? Like, yeah, the phone thing.
Yo, that game looks like somebody
Premiere for phones,
who thinks Horizon's actually pretty cool. That game looks bad.
Okay, but here's what I'll say about phone game shit though. Did you see the thing Overwatch Rush?
Did not.
So Overwatch Rush just got announced, which is a Overwatch mobile thing, and they actually did the smart thing, which is not try to run Overwatch on a phone, but they zoomed out to basically Heroes of the Storm angle, like MOBA angle,
yeah,
and then you're playing Overwatch 4v4 from that angle. And
yeah, sure.
And like, yeah, okay, that's a smarter way to do it. They have one of those horrible little videos where they have people going, "All right, great shield, yeah, oh no, here he comes," and doing the shitty, stupid, fucking gamer trailer voice acting or whatever.
You know, that's always been unrealistic. But talking to like antisocial Gen Z multiplayer phone gamers and expecting them to talk to each other is just like, no, man.
I
No,
mean,
they're not going to do it.
like, sure, you could open up the chat, or you could just get Mein Kampf on fucking voice and just have that start playing through your ear, and you can get that experience there too if you'd like, you know. In either case, that is yeah, I think that you
Well, I gotta be honest. I don't know why, but that completely stun locked me. I'm at a loss for word. The idea of loading up into a
audiobook Mein Kampf in your
and
ear,
hearing the audiobook version of Mein Kampf is just like all I could think of is like, man, they're really going for it.
Yeah,
like this isn't that weak shit with the slurs. Like
if you're gonna create the online gaming experience, then let's just start at the basics and build from there, you know.
That's crazy. I just saw something dire in the chat, and I'm gonna have to double check it. League of Legends voice chat.
Oh yeah,
League of Legends is apparently getting voice chat now.
So like I said, I'm sure if you jumped on Audible, if you just queued up the audiobook, you'd probably get, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 hours worth. Maybe you can listen to it in German, with angry intonation, you know, and just right through the ears, and then yeah, we can just cut right to the source on it, you know. That's pretty incredible. After all this time, now you decide. Cancer decides to add AIDS DLC. Interesting. Well, anyway.
League has had voice chat, but you had to pre-made group.
Sure.
Now.
Open. Yeah. Open.
You know, I bet whoever was behind this was looking at fucking TikTok compilations of Valorant lobbies where everyone's an e-girl and an e-boy and going, I bet League of Legends would sound like that if we turned on the voice chat. And they're wrong.
You know, if you'd like a preview of what the Xbox marketplace might look like in a short period of time, you can go check out the Games Fest, the Next Fest lineup, and scroll down to see how many Gen AI thumbnails you see for indie games popping up there.
It's a fair amount.
And a bunch of them are labeled as containing AI content, but a bunch of them are not, because they know. Yeah. You know.
So I have a faster thing. Instead of doing that, if you want to get a good look at what's coming to the Xbox Store Marketplace, I'm going to need you to squat down and hold your hand underneath your asshole and push. Then I'm going to need you to stand up, look at your hand.
I don't want to.
No,
I don't want to. I had enough of that actually for a bit there. Here, how was my week? Well, swerving off of our opening salvo story there, we had our first midstream crisis.
We did. Oh, you did.
I did.
Oh my goodness.
Midstream, there was a cry for help, and
straight up, help!
There was gotta go see what's going, and so we stopped and we went down to go see, and so you know, like, every moment that a baby is without a diaper is like a nuclear reactor uncovered, right? You want to have it contained.
You want the control rods in place.
It needs to stay cool, because the moment that shit is open to the air, we're all suffering for it. Permanent damage. Our lives are shortening. So we're playing fast and loose with your life. You're playing risky, and this means, of course, that bath time is just one big risky exercise. And boy, have we been lucky until this point.
So
Diaper Chernobyl has occurred.
It is luck, but you can mitigate that luck, right? And the way that we have mitigated that luck,
Timing.
very simply, is to move our daily schedule for bath time around this. You know what's the safest time right now? Because it was an unsafe time 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, okay. Well, we had a version of that worked. We had a schedule that worked where it's because it's a 2-person operation, between the keeping her warm and doing the full transfer. But recently, as sleep times have been changing and moving back earlier and earlier, and it's like, oh shit, like the windows where I would be there are getting closed off.
Yeah, that's hey, you're turning into a different Pokemon. Oh, we got to re-engineer the entire thing.
Gotta fucking rebuild it. And so right now that meant that a solo bath had to occur. And yeah, just we're hitting those fun ones, rolling the dice on that, and it's not coming up. It's not coming up, Millhouse.
On the plus side, as long as you're in a bathtub, there's only so much that can go wrong.
Yes. It is mitigated by the baby tub and the whole process,
there is
of course.
Perimeter of like, I'll accept almost anything happening in this oval.
Yes. However, it is just like there is a time limit that is going down because temperature is dropping, and like naked baby is starting to get a little bit colder, and so you have to keep warm, but you have to also manage the contamination and you have to decide how to, and so it's
like
just
cooking eggs in the microwave. If you leave it in too long, they explode.
Sure, man, but shout outs to Punch Bomb for being able to handle that. I ran in and lent the assist and took care of us what I could in the initial emergency process. But we got to be prepared for these situations where we're ready for blowouts, but a blowout in the water is it adds vectors to the situation that are unpleasant. What I can say is cool, however, is I'm as she's getting older, we're looking at some of the milestones and things that are coming and going and changing, and some of that behavior certainly involves like locking in hard on primary caregiver mama, and
you're in that phase.
Oh, it's here,
That was I'm gonna tell you, Willie, that was by far the hardest part.
Yes, it is easy, free.
It is for you.
Yep.
Like for mom, it's like, I mean, there's a lot of labor, but like also it's like I'm this person's only person in the world. That feels pretty good. But like for you, yeah, this is definitely the hardest part.
And of course, not just your own situation, but like, when mom needs you to step in and take care of something in a particular moment or whatever, and it's like, this is extra hard because of that, and you're just like, fuck, that's the worst feeling ever. And I've been talking.
It's brutal.
Yeah, and I've talked to people about it, and they've said like sometimes it's months, sometimes it's years. They don't, but like there's a period of time that goes back and forth, and things can change. It all just, you never know what you're gonna get with that, right? We have a friend.
My boy is 2.5, and this week was the first time when he woke up from his nap and I went to get him. He did not say no.
Okay.
Not you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This week, mom went and got him, and he said, "No, I want dad."
Right.
So that can be up to like fucking 3 years.
So I've got some in-laws that kind of was hearing about how they were in a situation very similar to what I'm describing, and then when their mother like got pregnant a second time, and like while she's dealing with that most of the time, dad has to step in and basically become primary caregiver for the kid that is already there, and over that time they bonded more, and then he was like, okay, now you're the person I want around. And now it's like when a boo-boo happens and mom's like, oh, do you want me to kiss it to make it better? And he's like, no. Only dad can kiss the boo-boo, so like it's fickle, it can swerve on a dime, we know this, it is clear. Nonetheless, you've come to this pod and described those moments of just and they
so I'm gonna tell you what was told to me. I'm gonna tell you what was told to me, which is don't take it personal.
Of course not.
However, that's when people give you good advice and your first thought is that's great advice, so I'm not going to take it. Can we move on to step 2 of the real advice?
Yes, sir.
Because it's like, don't take it personally. However, I am going to take it personally. What is the next step on this? And the next step on this is it will violently invert at some point for a while.
Right.
And then it will be like totally flipped, and that one can be for a really long time where they suddenly only want the one that's not around, the one that's doing a 9 to 5.
Yeah, the process of pushing boundaries and switching things up as you grow and become more and more aware is that you're going to do things like that, play with preferences, start playing with no's and yeses and rejections, and that I can see that being a thing. I also did kind of discover a solution of sorts. At least I brute forced.
Tell me you have a cardboard cutout of Punch Mom's face that you wear.
I don't wear a cardboard cutout of Punch Mom's face, unfortunately. Okay. We're not there yet. But what I do have is I got a dad concert that I can put on. And when stimulation needs to occur, when mom's out for a bit or whatever the case is, I would do some songs, mess around, etc. And I realized if I can have we can go from playing with the toys and the rattle and all that to the mirror, having the mirror at the same time while singing songs, and you just got so much going on, you don't have time to be like, where's mom? Because you're just super stimulated, and she's yanking on dreads and everything's happening, and then eventually when she starts being like, okay, enough of this, I'm like, oh, we're over here now, and then I'm playing music and I'm singing along to it, and we're moving and spinning and
just jingle the fucking keys, man. And just nonstop.
I'm loading up albums, and I'm just going top to bottom, and I'm doing them, and I'm putting on a dad concert and getting and mixing it up with rhythm and chuckles and tickles and all that, and there's so much stimulation happening that she can't even stop for a second to fret about what's going on.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a pro tip. And you probably already know this pro tip when they're in the crawl stage. You know what game they love even when mom's not around? It's a game I call Climb on Dad, where dad lies down on the fucking floor and pretends to be asleep.
Oh yeah.
And then they just climb on dad, and it's so fun for them. And
no, she's she's climbing the Colossus and making her way up top, and then holding on, and then yanking some of these as hard as possible. And it's like, okay, all right, no to that. Also loves grabbing beard. Just
Paige had to stop wearing her pearls.
Yeah. I've
and earrings, and I trim my beard. Well, there was a time where I had this much shorter than I otherwise could, because hey, those tiny little fingies can really pull a follicle, huh?
Yep, we are. Yeah, we've already adapted again. Yeah, different chains and necklace things and all that. Exactly. I have like one that I keep that got to spin around and keep is safe. But no, she's grabbing and yanking. The dad concert works. It worked pretty well. Gonna keep that up, and yeah, just overwhelm the senses, flood the zone with too much stimulation to get upset at until eventually the tiredness kicks in, and like I kind of start turning the volume down a bit and like slowing the dance a little bit, and then you're starting to see the eyes kind of go and then if you go back to silence too quickly, you're hearing the where's mom, where's mom. It's like, no, you need to start hearing still something a little bit that you're not used to, and then eventually the pass out, you know.
I gotta tell you, that is not my experience at all. Every time that child has fallen asleep, it is because we put him to sleep. Like almost like if you did not like actively attack his ability to stay awake, he would just never sleep at one, even once.
I feel
with a few exceptions in the car.
Yeah.
Right. Like that doesn't count. And then there have been some days where like you're running around to the park for 4 hours and then you bring him home and then you go to do the dishes and you come back and he's like fucking full yamcha'd out on the living room floor. Just you're like, all right.
It is a battle 9 times out of 10. Like you can see the like the natural drifting off happening, and then she's going, "No, I want to stay awake." You know.
Has she done the thing where she pulls her own hair to wake herself up?
The hands are going up and all over the place for sure.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
she's not pulling to wake herself up. She's not doing that, but she is like just doing this and like flailing and stuff. And it's little Mac about to go down in We Punch Out, and then the foot stomp and get back up, from the, like, she will like eyes open, like Undertaker sit up almost,
I remember sitting there with my little guy at like 1 a.m. and I'm like, man, why won't you go to sleep? And I'm like rocking him super hard. And then I finally got him to sleep. And Paige was like, oh, you're going to go to bed? I'm like, no, I want to stay awake and play with my toys.
Right.
Don't know where he got it from.
Right.
Don't know where.
Right. Yep. Yep. I mean, the absolute like horror movie moment of, like I said, looking through the baby monitor and getting your, again, Undertaker eyes open, almost sit up moment, and you're like,
yeah.
And then they go right back to sleep. You're just like, what the fuck? That's crazy.
So we're in the, so he's a lot easier to put down now. He's a toddler. He expends more energy. But so our guy likes to sing himself to sleep.
Oh, wow.
And he loves Christmas songs. So we're now in this place of like, we're all hanging out and he's like winding down. And then he's like dead quiet for like 10 minutes. And then, you turn your phone away and you text wife and she's like, and you're like, oh, is he asleep? I think so. And then just top of his lungs, jingle bells, jingle bells, just screaming it as loud as he can, singing the whole damn song.
That will surely put me down. Yeah. Okay. What happened to counting sheep? All right.
Counting sheep is overrated.
So that was cool. What else? Just saved the fighting games product design problem, solved that.
You did? How'd you solve that?
Played a game called Crushing Force.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you right here.
Why?
I think we need to start at something that really matters. The phrase Crushing Force for that game is maybe the most A+ title I have ever heard for anything.
Phenomenal.
It like absolutely A+, incredible.
Shout outs Cat.
Couldn't be a more perfect name.
Yep. It is a sick title for exactly what you're getting, which is Crushing Force. Forces are crushing. No. I saw a comment describing the stream as the rent lowering shots in response to Evo Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the timing on that was pretty incredible.
Yep. So, you know, in a world where we're reading articles about the FGC's product design problem and how to and appeal issues, and in a time when we're getting Evo announcements for tons of new territories, multiple new countries all over the world, Middle East,
many
all over the
things,
world,
and we'll be talking about that later. Obviously.
All kinds of new Evo, etc., whatever. Fuck all that bullshit. The solution is right here before you. It's Kazekat's Crushing Force. It is a fighting game made in Ikemen. It is pure. It is undistilled, and I had a great time.
What's it pure and undistilled of?
It's a fat fur fighting game. It is a fat fur fetish fighting game. And
how fat, how fur?
Maximum. There's a stage that is a character that you're fighting on top of, and it's excellent. Had a great time. The love put into the craft of every character, the artistry, the fact that like you're just looking at more characters in this game than 2XKO and Tokon announced
combined
right off the bat is what am I supposed to say? Like, they're delivering and committing and doing an excellent job with it. It is so Ikemen is a Mugen based engine that, you know, stepped it up, and so you can hear a lot and use a lot and feel a lot of the familiarities to Mugen as you're playing it. And yeah, mechanically, characters have shit going on. There's sauce, there's combos, there's, you know, every character, you got a lot of big heavy hitboxes, and you got a lot of, like, you know,
one
armor.
of the things that really stood out to me when I saw it was like, man, the hitboxes in this game go crazy.
Oh,
because
yeah.
like all the characters are huge,
big buttons, big impact, lots of ground bounces, wall bounces, you know, sometimes damage over time mechanics, you know, in the form of flatulence. But you gotta be aware of that. You gotta watch out for it. And, you know, voice acting, I mean, just full commitment. And yeah, we had a great time running it. And I think that's what fighting game needs right now, you know? So I want to encourage everyone to check out Crushing Force. Yeah, we're going to be popping that up on the channel. I mean, we ran the stream, of course, but the episode's going to come out very shortly. And it's just, you know, it's all this yapping about fighting games, and we're just too much. Enough of that.
Fighting games have gotten too respectable.
You know, we need to just sit down.
Get back to its roots.
Get back to your roots. Get back to the purity. Get back to sprites, beautiful.
Wow, some of these characters
artwork.
Are like legitimately like have to be in a Mugen style engine to fit on the screen. And
Like the Abigail head touching the life bar thing. You've got a giraffe girl whose head is outside the frame. You know, incredible stuff. And yeah, just get back to pressing buttons, man. You know, don't get where the fuck are we? We're lost. We've lost our identity. We've lost our way. And this whole last 2 weeks have been nothing but just floating above the earth. You know, floating in the ethers, in the heavens, in space and sky. And we need to be brought back down to earth. And what better way to do that than with the force of gravity, with a crushing force?
Well, I got to tell you, I said this on my stream, and I'll say it here. Like, you may, in fact, be fighting games' strongest soldier. Because, like, I was, like, playing... at the exact moment that you were playing this, I was playing the new Za game.
Oh, yes.
And I was like, not only is Wooly not playing this or that, Wooly is playing a fat fur fighting game, fetish game, about a fetish that he doesn't even like.
Yeah,
but he loves it because he loves fighting games so much.
Yeah, the tech's legit. The tech is legit. The move list is complete. There's a lot of matchups to learn there. What the fuck are we wasting our time on? Like, who cares? Like, there's good games. We got matchups to learn. We got characters to lab.
Show this to the Saudi royal family now.
Oh, MBS could never. MBS obliterated by the mere idea of Crushing Force. Truly. Yeah, no, it's straight up. I'm like, this is, I gotta find a main, you know. There's a couple of them in there. There's the rhino girl that looks really sick. There's the giraffe girl that looks really sick. But then towards the end, Jiggly was really fun. The bunny girl with the yeah. She's got the rapid input moves. You know, good times, man. Good times.
I'm looking at this
really
roster
fun.
and I'm looking at a bunch of matches and I'm seeing like what I believe to be a huge amount of overlap between body types, like genuinely.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like thinking, and it's like, because I don't have the trained eye to tell the difference between Terry Bogard and Ken Masters of the Fat Fur
Right.
fighting game characters.
Okay, I see. Yeah,
right.
no.
I don't have the training.
Yeah. And, you know, neither do I. I mean, I can take my guesses, but whatever. That's neither here nor there, you know? And look, you know, full credits, like, you know, Reggie along for the ride, like, came in, saw what was up, and is like, yeah, let's go. Let's fucking learn it. And, you know, I gotta say that some chat was pretty cowardly. Chat was pretty, you know.
Which chat was more cowardly?
Oh, Twitch, definitely Twitch.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely
YouTube chat
Twitch.
is like a different planet.
It is a different planet, and their energy is kind of chaotic in a way that loses the plot sometimes. But nah, man, you know, people were off in their own world saying whatever the fuck, and I'm like, yeah, I ain't got time for that shit. We got a fucking lab right now. You know, we got to learn what's going on here, and that we did. So it was a good time, and I look forward to it. And again, just nothing but sincerely fucking flowers to Kazakat and everyone that worked on that game, because the love is there. You know, it's committed 100% to its identity. It knows exactly what it is unapologetically, and that shit rules. We also,
is Lucario in this game?
I mean, probably in a background. I'm pretty sure I saw a Gardevoir somewhere, you know. And look, if the rent comes next year or next month and it's a little bit cheaper, then that ain't bad either, right? Because we'll get to what's happening with Evo and the rest of this in a minute. I also took a look at Romeo is a Dead Man, which I said correctly.
That game over screen's fucking wild, isn't it?
I haven't seen it yet. I didn't.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Oh no! Wait. Hold on. I did die. What do you think? I don't remember it. What was it? Oh, the melting face. The face. Yeah. The melting. Dude. Yes. That shit's crazy. Honestly, the use of miniatures is incredible. Like, they're committed to that in such an awesome way. I really loved how often they do.
I turned that stream on and just, I didn't know what you were playing, and I caught it at a moment where I'm like, I don't know what the hell he's doing. What is this? What the fuck is this? Because you were having an 8-bit tea party or some shit.
Oh yeah.
And I like just the most unrepresentative moment I could have walked in on.
But yet the most Suda thing, right? Where it's just like, it's all over the place deliberately, and you know, and it's very clear. You save budget with style. You know, I don't at any point begrudge it for that. And yeah, I mean, from what it showed off so far with that intro trailer and everything, like, all you get is vibes, and then and you're like, maybe the game will give me better context once I'm actually playing it. And no, it is raw vibes. Like, title screen, Romeo must die. Romeo must die. It is Romeo must. It's just, come on.
Dude, I would play that.
Yeah. Title screen is just J-Rap with like fish disappearing into voxels in a space tank. And once shit gets up and running, you're like, wow, Suda really likes Rick and Morty. Like,
wow, that's not what I thought.
Suda51 fucking loves Rick and Morty, dude. Kind of nuts how much that is on its sleeve. It is unapologetically, like, there's a bunch of it that's like Back to the Future, but it's mostly Rick and Morty specifically.
I had a thought when people are talking about Romeo as a Dead Man, and it's like, do you think Suda's doing it too much?
I don't know.
Because like,
He doesn't know how to do anything but be himself, though.
sure, but you know what I mean? Like his style is based around being wacky and crazy and out there, but I feel like it's always wacky and crazy and out there in kind of the same way.
Okay, I know what you mean, and what I'll say is, the thing that I want that
Is
I'm
that Silver Case? What?
silver case is happening big time, all over this game, all
I'm
over
just
this game.
sorry. I just saw like a text. I have a video playing, and I'm like, is that Silver Case like dialogue boxes?
Silver case shit is happening left and right, and like people were pointing out
That's a pull.
characters and dudes, and literally there is the titular silver case is on a table at one point. The sickest chapter reveals I've seen in video games, maybe ever. I think my favorite, just this insanely raw, awesome, like Nolan-esque Inception horn blare alongside the untwisting of metal into a kanji form with a flower. It's so fucking cool. But I think with the whole pseudo weirdness thing, as you're touching on, what you kind of want at the core of that, right, is gameplay that's really fun, solid, and unique each time.
Mhm.
And I think so with like Shadows of the Damned, for example, that was one where, like, you know, wild big boner shit, etc. Trailer gets your attention, you go, what the fuck is happening here? But then I think you don't end up, gameplay ends up being like more or less normal, right?
It's fine.
It ends up being more or less standard in that way. And I kind of think that's where I would point out my critique here with Romeo as a Dead Man is the combat so far. I've played through like the first chapter, and it's normal action game combat. You know, you got a little bit of variation on a melee swing. You got a light button and a heavy button, and you can, you know, light, heavy, or you can heavy, and or light. You got a gun that you switch to, and you know, you've got a very just, and then it's really cool when you get the fists out, but you can get a big sword, a small sword, etc. And it's not like it's the purpose of the game or his games, but you do want, like, you know, if not like a skill tree that kind of opens up into options or something, you do want combat to get a little bit more involved and have more going on with it, right? What I started to get a glimpse of is the bastard system, where you plant a zombie seed in the ground, and then they get raised to be different types of assists. So
Okay.
so one bastard zombie will be a shooter that just stands in a row in turrets. Another one will run and suicide bomb itself at the enemies. Another one will heal you in an area or something. And like you can equip 4 of them to summon while you're fighting, and they'll show up on the spot and help you and distract from the fight while it's happening, you know? So you have a little Pokemon system in the form of these, like, they're Cybermen. Yeah, they're zombie Cybermen, and they have like armor on them and little like flourish pieces and stuff. Goofy wild shit. So that's a little bit of a mechanic that is like, okay, that's a little bit more different. But overall, and like the boss fights were, you know, so far I fought like 2 giant bosses where you kind of run in circles, avoid the floor patterns, and drop them to the ground and then go melee. It does feel like the weirdness of the overall coat is a veneer, and underneath you're gonna have just an alright action game, you know?
Yeah.
And I would love to see the weirdness or something a little more extreme and out there, in particular in terms of how you design your action game and what and why, right? Even if it's as simple as, I mean, you can't reinvent the wheel every time or so, but like even something as silly as like when you're playing God Hand and you got a roulette wheel of finishing moves and shit like that, you know, just things like that to kind of like to spruce it up or so, just whatever the case is. I don't need
Still trapped in God Hand's shadow.
I don't want to just keep talking about character action game like routes for a game that's not going for that, you know?
I mean, he's kind of opening up that conversation by making over the shoulder third person action games for like 15 years.
You do have that. And when you play an action game that's like a tie-in to, some anime or something like that, or even like an arena fighter, right? You end up feeling kind of like you're playing, yeah, almost like a My Hero One's Justice sort of game where you're like, yeah, I've got my dodge, I've got my quick attack, I got my heavy, and then you can zone with this button over here. But my hope is after that first chapter that the combat opens up a bit more. But so far it's been pretty standard, You have a giant super that you can do with each of your each state you're in. You can do like a jumping super, a grounded super, or a gun super, and it heals you. So like using that a little bit works into the gameplay. But combat, you want to see a little bit more wild and crazy for a Suda wild and crazy game, certainly. But it was cool. It was cool. And you have to be down with the idea of, yeah, fuck the story, we're moving on, right? So, like, it's flipping through comic panels and just, it couldn't, like, dismiss the setup any faster, Yeah, you used to be a cop.
What setup?
Yeah, you were a cop in Twin Peaks vibe, kind of a small town sheriff dude, and you're Romeo, and then you fucking died. Some wild shit ripped your face off and super killed you. And your grandpa is Rick, and so he walks through a time portal and he saves you by turning you into Deadman, a superpowered zombie sword hero Sentai Toku fucker. And now as you're in your zombie Toku powered up fucker form, you join the spaceship, because it turns out that in an alternate reality, humanity and the Earth explodes and is shattered across multiple dimensions and times and spaces, and you are traveling to go stop you're the time police, and you're going to stop the source of it, which appears to be Juliet, this girl that you liked, as a multi-dimensional being that you have to fight over and over in multiple dimensions. And
Romeo and Grandpa together forever. Romeo. Million years, Romeo.
And it's not Pickle Rick. It's Jacket Rick, because Rick is he's a sticker, a decal on the back of your jacket, and he talks to you from the jacket. I'm a jacket, Mort. Yeah.
Oh,
so that's it.
That's.
It's got style, it's got charm, it's got cool shit going on, and again, turn your brain off, just embrace the vibes, and let the fucking edibles do their thing. That's all cool. It also it's having fun with mixed medium stuff, and again, comic books and animation and 8-bit, 16-bit, whatever. That's all fun and dandy. Just I want to see what later game combat looks like, because if you do end up seeing, because I was thinking Shadows of the Damned, and Killer 7, you're kind of going through and like you're target shooting and stuff. But when he has a new idea for a game, you kind of do wonder, like, he's having all these like incredible visuals and styles for designs and aesthetics and characters. But I do wonder if he's like, and then when it comes to the gameplay, light attack, heavy attack, shoot, dodge. I just wonder if he kind of because even to some degree, like, Let It Die is like, fairly standard in that way, but you're trying to, it's the rest of the setup that you're trying to get creative and interesting.
Am I weird that I look at like Romeo as a Deadman and I find it's like aesthetic to be like uniquely unappealing?
Oh yeah,
compared to all of Suda's stuff.
Oh, maybe. I think it's appealing. I think it's cool. I like what it has going on.
It looks like a 360 game that would be in that pile that James would put down on a table and go, these are the really good ones, along with Bullet Witch and Knight and Damsel, or whatever the fuck that shit was.
The funny part,
it looked just like that.
So the funny part is, when I was describing the combat during the stream, at one point I hearkened back to the recent game I played, Wanted Dead, which had the sword button, the gun button over the shoulder, and you'd mix and match the two, and that had a skill tree that you slowly unlocked, and had its stuff going on there, as jank as it fucking was. But yeah, that's it. Is I want gameplay to be as wild and out there as the rest of it is. But I think it's interesting so far. Beyond that, only other thing was I am getting my ass kicked in Act 2 of Mugenics. That shit is
I gotta go back to that.
stepping it up in a brutal way. I'm encountering, there's like, I fought a boss and then I went to go look up online afterwards. I'm like, does anyone, I'm curious about, and like literally it's like bosses that have not been logged yet because the game is too new. Shit, like content that,
Yeah,
you know.
I tried to look something up and discovered that like the game has so many items and so many enemies that like all the wiki resources are just barren.
Yeah, I think I fought something that nobody has like made reference to. I haven't even seen it written down. I looked up the name of a boss and it did not appear anywhere online. So that's where we're at. But I've also, in getting my ass beat, I have discovered a couple of builds of like insane broken shit that happened to like steamroll some of the runs. And
I have seen a bunch of videos of people discovering interactions that just functionally act as automatic win buttons without even any player input.
Yeah, I haven't seen any videos of other people doing stuff, but I have just putting together my last run. I got a soul jar, which was a jar that the person holding it, when they die, a copy of them goes into it, and then the next cat holding that item can summon a copy ghost of that dead cat for 1 turn. So, then I had a mind control machine that is a side quest item that specifically takes control of non-boss characters and makes them permanently charmed allies that join your team for the whole run. So
the whole run?
Correct.
Not that battle?
The whole run. If they survive, they continue down the run with you. You are supposed to lose that item after the side quest, right? You can get it back in a randomized way, very, or so, but it's meant to just be like for this purpose. And then you use it, it's gone. I gave it to a cat that died holding the soul jar, and like I was playing and like someone was like, yo, what if that was a thing? And I was like, let me investigate. And I did, and it died, and the cat in the jar came back out with the mind control device in its hand permanently. So then I made sure that cat had a teleport so that it could, on turn 1, get anywhere on the map, shoot the mind control device, and then disappear, turning something on the map into my ally for the whole run. I run that build into the sewers, and I come across Daddy Shark.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I see where this is going. Yeah.
You mind control Daddy Shark, and Daddy Shark is a giant enemy with like 25 HP that if it is within range of anything, it instantly dies. I take that Daddy Shark all the way up to the boss and watch it one-shot the boss, and we're out. Busted shit, right? And I'm like, ooh, that felt good to put those dominoes in place and watch them all drop in the way that the end of an Isaac run, where you're just shooting lasers out your asshole in 15 directions.
Yeah, at the end of an Isaac run when you've turned it into Vampire Survivors.
Exactly. Watching that happen with like game start, fat shark eats everything, game over, run solved is phenomenal, So like seeing that as a possibility is like, okay, I'm getting my ass beat, but also I'm getting access to ass beating tools if you fucking tweak it and force it to happen. So that was a lot of fun. And beyond that, fuck the boss of the Act 2 upper path is all I'll say. The Act 2 upper path has an asshole of a fucking boss that I'm getting wrecked to, but the music is so good that you're not even that mad. So you're like, fuck, you're humming the theme as you're losing and getting wiped out. It's one of these moments where a single turn doing the wrong action or like not thinking ahead Like slipping up one turn is critical failure for
I've noticed this.
the whole.
I've noticed
whole,
that.
Yeah.
I'll be like, yeah, I got. Oh fuck, I don't got that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, not Feline Invader. That song is incredible, but the one that comes after that is anyway. So that's pretty much it. That's where I'm at. This week you can tune in for a couple more streams. Tomorrow going to be resuming Expedition 33 with Reggie, getting towards the end. Going to wrap that up soon.
What about the bonus shit?
Oh, true. I forgot.
The stuff that you never did.
I guess I'll see it with Reggie on stream for the first time then.
There's some bananas shit in there.
Yeah, lore wise.
A little bit, but it's not no big revelation. It's more context, right?
Okay.
But get your fucking balls ready.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to do it, but I have not had the time, unfortunately. So gonna just, I guess if I still get the chance, I'm gonna go back and do it on my own save. But might end up seeing the drafts for the first time with him. We're continuing that tomorrow, which is Wednesday. Thursday, we're gonna return to Absolem. Which is a really cool beat 'em up that I played a little bit ago, and I just felt like playing more of that. And then on Saturday, seeing as our fighting games our quota has been full for the week, we're quite stuffed.
You got it.
Yeah, we're quite stuffed. So for this Saturday, I'm going to be playing No, I Am Not a Human.
Oh, that one.
The other one.
That one.
Yeah. The one that is the thing that I asked about, the one you played, and everyone said, not that one, this one is what you're looking for.
It's so funny how there's just a bunch of those that are like highly similar.
And it looks stylishly creepy, so I'm curious to see how that's going to go. So that's happening this week over on Wooly Versus on Twitch and on YouTube. What's good?
You want to go into my week, or do you want to take a break?
We can keep going.
All right. I want to take a break though.
Alrighty, let's take a quick word from our sponsors while we're here.
Bro, I love our sponsors. I want to kiss them.
Yeah. Well, here's one that you actually can kiss. Hero Forge.
I can.
Mwah. Look at that. There I am. Mwah. Kiss me.
Now eat it.
I can, actually. This is that. Hey, I am not going to encourage that. Don't do that. That's not what they would like. However, if you are trying to get a miniature for your tabletop gaming sessions, this is the best way to do so. Hero Forge is really cool. It is basically a character creator that you go online straight to the website and you build, and you can build miniatures from tons and tons and tons of parts and pieces, customizable. They've got tons of fantasy features and species, but besides fantasy, they've got modern as well, sci-fi, all kinds of things. No matter what kind of game you're running, you can build your miniatures right there in your browser. And when you're ready to print, you can choose a ton of different materials as well. So if you want to go color plastic, you got that. If you want a standee or bronze, those are options too. Or if you just want a 3D model that you can download as well, that is available too. So just a really cool service. And you know, again, if you're into the miniatures game, there's a lot that they're adding and always expanding. One of the features that's pretty sick as well is the ability to print your own D20 with customized little miniatures inside, like I have one over here. And, you know, if you get the kit bashing service with the monthly subscription, you got access to a community library, photo booth, and the ability to add tons and tons of pieces, like up to 20 different combinations of parts and accessories and stuff all together onto one miniature as well. So you can just go nuts with it. Lots of options, really easy to use and to check it out. And as much as I just did a quick little, you know, instant woolly by picking a monk and sort of adding some dreads and stuff, I have to give credit to Prawn Zone, who I showed off last time, went in there and did such a sick job with the miniatures of us and of CSB and people we know and friends. And
I don't know how he got the dog to look so good, like genuinely.
yeah, you know, you got just all these details, all these options. Fully, here's a little 3D turnaround as well. Just dope as hell. And that is, if you know what you're doing and you get in there, you know, you can check them out. So I think it's one of the coolest ways you can get your game customized, and I think that the option too as well, if you want to paint and print yourself, if you want to get that step too, you can print out something that's just, you know, all sort of gray and go in there if you enjoy the fine tuning of details yourself. So whatever you prefer, check them out. That is Hero Forge. So go to heroforge.com and use the code CASTLE and you get 5% off all orders of physical miniatures. Once again, use code CASTLE for 5% off on all orders of physical miniatures, not combinable with other sales or promotions. And yeah, visit Hero Forge and start designing your custom miniature and dice today. Check back often because new content is added every week. Thanks, Hero Forge.
Thanks, Hero Forge.
This week, the sponsor of the week is Shopify. That is the commerce platform to turn to when you want to get your business ideas online and off the ground. If you're thinking about starting a shop and you want to start selling, you want to start shipping to people all around the world, and you're not sure where to go or how to get started, Shopify is great for that. If you're already established and you've got a store that is selling lots of places, Shopify has great services that can probably improve the way you're handling your business. So whatever scale you're at, they can help you with that, increase your ability to ship internationally. If you're having trouble processing returns, things get complicated, they've got a full suite of tools to help you. Not to mention, once you get your shop online, if you want to integrate and you know, have things work with your social media, if you want to track, you know, information, see where you're reaching people, and yeah, keep track of all the data of like how your shop is going, who you're selling to and where and so on. They're ready to help you with that. Plus, they've got tons of templates with building your shop to begin with as well. So it is the go-to for your online store preference. The shop app as well, big fan of that. Use it on a regular basis for tracking shipping things coming towards me. And once you're integrated with that, you can have your stuff appear on it too. So yeah, that shop pay button you see all around everywhere is that's Shopify, so very useful. Turn your what ifs into cha-ching. You can get your business started off the ground or convert your business today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at shopify.com/superbeast. Go to shopify.com/superbeast. That's shopify.com/superbeast. Thank you, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify.
And this week, the podcast is sponsored by Aura Frames. We've talked about them. They're super cool, just a super easy gift to give. Hit with just about everybody. I've talked about the fact that it is particularly appealing to the boomers in your life, but really that just applies to me and everyone I know as well. It's dope as hell. It is a digital picture frame, and it's something that you have to look at, in your living room or somewhere around the house. And it cycles through your photos, and it is also a perfect thing for if you gift it to somebody. You can share photos as well. You can preload it with a message for them, and you can submit photos. So if you got a parent or a loved one or someone that you want to just show what's going on in your life, if you've got things like baby photos to share, for example, that's a perfect way to do it. And as it cycles through, sometimes it'll play a couple clips, a couple seconds of the video animation or like one of the interactive images as well. You can double tap to get a heart if you like it, what you see. And it's not like a bright, obnoxious tablet that's just there in your room or on a wall or on a table somewhere. It's nicely dimmed and it's perfectly it looks like a real photo. And the brightness is also adjusting to the time of day, including when it's nighttime. It'll turn itself off when no one's in the room and the lights are off. So it just looks great, and it's a fun thing to just stop and look at as the day's going on. And you've got unlimited storage, the ability to add as many photos and videos as you want. And even if you're not using the app to send photos to your loved ones, you can send them to a personalized email as well that just updates to the app. So it's very convenient. Perfect with a gift box included as well if you want to give that as a gift to someone. So as soon as you take a photo and you want to send it over on the app, it's just a click and drop. It's super simple. Perfect gift. Everyone I know loved one. That is the gift that is named #1 by Wirecutter. You can save on it by visiting auraframes.com. For a limited time, listeners can get $35 off their best-selling Carver mat frame with the code SUPERBEAST. That's AURA frames.com, promo code SUPERBEAST. Support the show by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions apply. And again, named #1 by Wirecutter. So you can save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com. And the promo code is SUPERBEAST. Thanks, Aura Frames.
Thanks, Aura Frames.
What's going on?
I defeated Grandpa in Stardew Valley.
What does that mean?
Okay, so in Stardew Valley, the setup is that you work essentially for Amazon, and you're like, man, fuck this. I got to get the fuck out of here. So you look into a letter your grandpa left you on his deathbed to open when you were tired with that dirty city living. And you open it up, and turns you he has gifted you the land that his family owned in Stardew Valley, and you can go down there and start a farm and just give up on modern life and just return to homesteading.
Oh, the plot. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the plot of Stardew Valley. Hidden on the farmstead in one of the corners is Grandpa's shrine. And Grandpa's shrine states, I will return on spring 1 of the 3rd year. And it turns out that as you go through the daily life of building up your farmstead and becoming friends with the townspeople and exploring the mines, you are in fact accumulating favor for Grandpa's judgment, which he will render upon you upon the first day of the third year. And on the first day of the third year, his ghost returns to tell you how he thinks you have been doing. I received 4 candles out of 4 candles and earned Grandpa's approval, which he then announces he will now rest.
I thought Cult of the Lamb was last week.
Yeah, I know, right? Grandpa's approval is tracked by: are you married? Do you have a kid? Did you upgrade your house? How much money have you shipped?
Oh my
since you got
God.
there?
Even when in the grave, they're going to come back to bug you about grandkids.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ. It never stops.
And if you get maybe 2 or 3 of the candles instead of all 4 candles, you can offer up a glorious diamond to Grandpa's grave, and he will return the following day to judge you again. I, however, completed my Grandpa evaluation with flying colors. I think I got 18 out of 21 possible Grandpa points, which is a hidden system. At which point I moved my grain silos in front of his grave and sealed him into the deepest corner of my farm.
Yeah, okay.
Never to be seen again.
Yeah, because I'm like, tell me you can fucking ghost vacuum this asshole.
Well, he's been laid to rest, and
like
then
Egon.
I literally put 2 grain silos in front of his grave so that he may never be seen again.
Good. Good.
It's where all the pigs graze. So they're digging up truffles next to his corpse, I guess.
Fucking coming back to push his bullshit on you, his fucking checklist. That's crazy.
However, Grandpa does gift you one final item. He gifts you a fancy purple cat statue that just generates the highest level ore in the game, which makes iridium farming like trivial because you just get a bunch of it every day now. That is 2 years of Stardew Valley, and defeating Grandpa's judgment is your soft end goal, right? That is your your overriding goal.
Defeating the corporation must surely be the main point.
No, that's a step along Grandpa's judgment.
Okay.
So defeating the corp is one of the things that Grandpa will judge you on.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I finished year 2 with a full greenhouse of ancient fruit, full barn of pigs and cows, full coop of ducks and chickens. I got a void chicken. I got a fucking dinosaur. I have fucking 3 sets of 9 plots running star fruits on Junimo huts. I have essentially wrung out all cohesive value of what I would consider Stardew Valley 1.0.
Okay.
However, you can then go to a different island and there's like a fucking sequel to Stardew Valley in there. And it's like there's straight up a new farm with new crops and like a new end goal.
We were talking about this a little bit last week, but it's like the boat to the DLC that is either tropical or winter themed.
Yeah. And I have like literally zero desire to engage with that at all.
Okay. What about tropical wife?
Maybe.
Wife 2?
It's mainly just parrots over there.
If you're truly going to take in Grandpa's footsteps, the final step is to fucking go over there and just pretend that you weren't the dude over here and just start afresh and don't tell nobody about nothing. Because that's how easy it was back then.
Stardew Valley is kind of one of the best to ever do it. I did add a couple mods for convenience purposes, but like at its core loop, it is just kind of exemplary, with only one real weakness, in my opinion, and that is Concerned Ape is not a particularly talented writer.
Sure.
A significant part of the game is increasing your social relationships with people in town, and they go up little hearts. And you know, there's a 2-heart event, a 4-heart event, a 6-heart event, etc. Right? And it's like where you learn something about the character, or that you go through like a goofy skit. They're pretty fucking weak, as far as characters go. Like the most intensely I felt about a character was the shopkeeper Pierre. I hate him. I hate him so much. I want him to die. Like I would push him into a volcano if I could. And the only reason is because his shop's not open on Wednesdays.
Okay.
Like that.
Is that like church day type of thing?
No, the shop just doesn't fucking open on Wednesdays,
okay.
And sometimes you need to get seeds to plant on a Wednesday, and he's like, it's closed.
So how much of the game how much of the personality of the characters that matters in the sense? How much Animal Crossing is there to this, or is it just?
I would say it's about Animal Crossing level. Yeah.
Okay. It's significant because I'm like, are you just like fucking? Can you just OCD the farm and like don't even fucking bother?
Yeah. Though when you get certain heart ratings with people, they send you like recipes or like give you certain abilities to build certain things, and that's how you get them.
Okay.
Right, by becoming friends with them. They're like, there's the ability to like dye your clothes is unlocked through like a social event. Right. But more than that is that like everybody has like one line of dialogue a day, and it's pretty standard. It's pretty normal. And what ended up happening is that I had a bunch of cows, so I made lots of cheese, and cheese is a high value gift item. So I would just make my cheese for the day and then run into town with like 20 packages of brie, and just every single person I saw on the fucking street just handed them a cheese. Hand you a cheese. And that's how I got like all of my good boy points.
Does it have one of those systems where high value things lower in value the more you sell them?
No.
Okay.
No, what it has is certain people like certain things more. So like lots of people like rabbit's foot, but Penny doesn't like the rabbit's foot, or lots of the girls like diamonds. Gus loves oranges, right? But everybody likes cheese except for the kids. So just go into town and just cheese. And then accidentally walk into somebody's house at 8 p.m. and go through like 4 social events in a row that all suck and are all really weird. But as for the farming and progression and dungeon crawling gameplay, fucking A+. Like absolutely incredible game.
Now, as you feel satiated and don't feel the need to go check out New Island expansion, do you also get drawn towards one of the clones?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's
the one with the fighting.
The one that so one of the reasons that I'm not pulled super closely to something called Ginger Island, which is the expansion content of Stardew, is that I'm actually being pulled towards an early access title called Fields of Mystria. I've described it to you before. It's Stardew, but with like a 90s shoujo anime aesthetic. And it has the same kind of vibe of clearly made by Stardew super freaks. Base features in Mystria are basically all the things that I modded into Stardew. Like the way that like thought bubbles appear above people's heads when you can talk to them and stuff like that. The biggest difference is that it looks better, it controls better, It has a million little conveniences things. But also, unlike Stardew, the people writing Mystria are significantly more talented. Characters will talk to you 4, 5, 6 times a day, depending on when you catch them, where they are, what they're doing, what day is it, what festival is it, where you on quests, etc. And there's just a lot of like very well written dialogue, which includes stuff like this morning I was playing it before everybody woke up. And on Friday nights, they're running a poker game and a D&D session at the inn.
Cool.
And you go down there and you talk to them, and they will run through maybe 15 to 20 lines of dialogue of you like checking in and be like, oh, what are you guys doing with the thing?
Okay.
As opposed to when you go into Stardew and you go to the inn and everybody has their one day of dialogue, and then you give them a piece of cheese and they go, thanks. And as a result, the first of all, they have like way super more detailed like portraits, and they have the animated like 90s style anime portraits where they do the mouth flaps and then the expression, but also way more writing and way better writing.
That shit matters,
it's
man.
Very endearing.
Yeah, I mentioned that I know I'm in the minority, but I enjoyed running around P1, P3, P4, and P5, talking to the different people in town. And if they had unique dialogue and stuff, it was always fun to see like what was changing, in each location and stuff. There's a lot of missable dialogue based on what day or what season or what's going on. So it's fun to just catch little things, and sometimes there's like little plots that progress with some of the characters in the background,
Yeah, somebody in the chat basically described it as Hades 2 levels of dialogue, but with a farming game.
Wow, that's a big
like just tons and tons and tons and tons of dialogue.
Hades is the king of the mountain on that. Like,
it's excellent. It's an early access, which is actually fairly unlike me to play an early access game. Except these cozy games are early access until they start working on the next game. Like 1.0
sure.
isn't 1.0. It's just another step in the chain.
Right.
So I've been absolutely adoring that.
You mentioned that the start of the game is you find an envelope from Grandpa.
Yeah, that's in Stardew. Yeah, Grandpa dies and he gives you an envelope and says, "Don't open this until you're sick of modern life." And then you open it at your desk at an Amazon warehouse, and it says, "Hey man, come to Stardew Valley. There's a farm there for you."
And what if you just never open it, Grandpa? Are you tethered to this mortal coil forever?
Yeah, man, absolutely.
And then you don't pass it off to your next of kin, so that ghost is trapped forever? What was your plan? Like, okay, so do you know the game Risk Legacy? Okay, so Risk is Risk. And there's a version of it called Risk Legacy, which is crazy because it has all kinds of rules that you can pass down that permanently affect the game as each time you play. So if you play with the same people, you can update things and permanently change the way that the rules work and runs work and stuff. And it has envelopes in it. And there's one envelope that just says, "Do not open ever." What do you do? It's an envelope that says the instructions on it, "Do not open ever."
I would open it right away.
Okay. Right?
Because my brain's going to go, well, I'm eventually going to open it. So I might as well
just catch it. Yeah. I would sit there and let it rot until an extreme moment of duress, and then I'd threaten to open it with everybody going, "No!"
Yeah, but that's just our personalities, right? If you tell me never, I mean, what I actually hear is right now.
Right. To me, I'm like,
it reminds me of my mental process of like, should I get a Wii U? And I'm using the Wii U specifically. And the answer was, I'm going to buy one before the fucking price goes down. So I might as well go fucking stand in line.
Okay. I'm like, oh, so you gave me a nuke. Okay, good. I have this in the pocket and it'll sit there, And yeah, it's hidden under the box as well. So it's like, that is an experiment right there, and that's a personality test. Okay. Yeah, just sure. What else is going on?
What else is going on is that I hit another week of the backlog. which has some overlap with you. I played Atlas, Atlyss.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of Atlas?
Now I have.
All right. You gonna punch that in? Here, I'll get you.
I saw the moments that mattered.
Oh, you saw it, yeah. So Atlas is a Phantasy Star Online-ish World of Warcraft emulated dungeon crawling pseudo MMO, which controls excellently, runs incredibly well, and apparently has tons of content. It is also made by an absolute like sexual deviant pervert who's just like, Midna didn't go far enough. I need to have a full cadre of short stack furries available, and I need a slider for these titties and this ass and these thighs, and they gotta go. I need to be able to turn every furry little character into a goddamn African fertility statue.
Okay. Short stacked with a capital stack. Okay.
Really aggressive first impression. Like very aggressive. And also you run into like Toriel / Rawlsy but sexy as like the first talking character in the game.
Okay.
And you're like, okay. And then if you smack her butt, you get an achievement because okay.
Oh, that's a mechanic.
It's a mechanic. Yeah.
Okay.
No. And gameplay is great. Sounds great. Looks great.
Of course. They wouldn't have it any other way.
And it becomes like, is this adding to your experience, detracting, or are you just ignoring, you know, the anthro goon?
I mean, again, it's when you see what is not for you but has an insane attention to detail for someone else,
it's not for me, but I can tell that it is for many,
and you have to appreciate it.
And that it's doing a good job for that many.
Exactly. That's it.
And to that, I will give it a golf clap.
Like, this, if you know that this is a 10 on 10 for the target, then its accomplishments have been achieved. It set out what it did what it set out to do.
Like, good for them. And also good for the people that this is obviously for. Because they eating good buying this one.
Yo, furries don't fuck around, Pat. They don't play. They come correct.
I appreciate
furries come serious with this shit. They stand on business. They've been here.
I appreciate it because like its bald facedness like shows off that the people making it are like really, really passionate about what they're making. And you can like kind of feel that coming through the screen. And that's a million times better than even something that should appeal to me, but is made soullessly.
Yep. It's loud and proud, said with the fullest chest, you know, to quote Sonic Fox, and don't you ever forget it.
I also played something called Project Warlock 2.
I feel like I know what that is.
It's a very solid boomer shooter that has classes and levels. And it gives a really strong first impression, and it's got the juice. I don't think there's much more to say.
Okay.
It's an old-fashioned Doom style boomer shooter, and it's got the juice.
Oh yeah, that's a boomer shooter, all right. Speaking of boomer shooters, apparently I saw something about Ultra Kill fraud. Yeah.
What is that, level 8 of 9?
Is it?
Treachery is the last one.
Okay. Now, does everyone going through Ultra Kill and keeping up with it? Because I come back in these super distant waves.
Well, I mean, okay.
But I just like
story and dash is
sure,
And
Right.
those guys.
But Hakita must know. I'm assuming that everyone, even those who are keeping up, like, is everyone coming back and just the rust is weighing you down? You are unable to keep up and survive, and you must relearn every single time? Because I assume
I played
so.
it right when it came out, and then I played it when I think the whatever level was the ocean level. I forget, was that Wrath? I can't even remember. And like, if I had not restarted, I would never have been able to beat like layer 3.
Okay.
Like it is that game demands you to just go.
Oh, Cyber Grind, that's the lab, basically the big environment where you just fucking go and deal with the waves. Yeah.
I wonder if that game has gotten less viable on controller. Because it was when I played it.
I mean,
but like, it's that every time I see it, it's more crazy and more intense.
If so, it would be out of spite because, again, Hakita knows that we both want a controller-supported world, and that's just not the way these games are intended.
I would say that Hakita is a lot more friendly to that world than one Dave Oshry.
Has he been hostile online about it?
He's been hostile to me personally. I don't know if you remember, but when I was playing Dusk, Dusk with a controller.
Yeah.
It came in to shit on me.
You were getting
and I'm
trolled.
like, there are bugs in here because you didn't test it with a controller. He's like, yeah, why would you? I'm like, Dave!
I have to say that, like, at first, I didn't really get it, but now I've become more and more comfortable. When a game boots up and goes, recommended for a controller, I go, yes, cool, thank you. You know?
Real Yakuza user.
Yeah, it's nice to see. And to not have to worry about that part of it.
Yeah, Project Warlocks 2 is good. I played Rhapsody, a musical adventure at Paige's insistence. This is a PlayStation 1 game I just completely fucking missed. And it is awesome. It is from the 90s.
Boy,
it is one of Nippon Ichi's first games.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. Isometric.
You can like there's a chest that we found that literally sang a Nippon Ichi software like jingle.
Yeah.
It has full-blown musical sequences with voice acting, which are very good. It features you playing as a young girl pining after a prince and her shitty little fairy sidekick. And as we're playing it, the dialogue and the general thrust of the story is super funny, super crass, very... I don't know how to describe it. Somebody in the chat was like, did this get retranslated by whatever? I'm like, no, this is just how the 90s were. It's very like Darian and Serena at the ice cream parlor, and he won't stop calling her Meatball Head.
Right. Direct transliterations as opposed to translation.
No, I mean in the tone of like, oh, I want to kiss every boy.
Oh, okay.
And like the fairy goes, just show the prince a little bit of leg. No guy can resist a little bit of leg.
Well, I see here there was a DS re-release, so maybe something got changed there, but. Wow.
But yeah, no, very blast from the past. Super impressive. Very charming. One of the best CRT filters I've ever used.
Nice. Okay.
Like very, very, very appreciated.
I think.
And then the last game I did on backlog was Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive, because they finally put that fucking patch out for the Switch 2.
Where'd you stop on that?
I played Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Wii U for 90 minutes. There was a video made for Best Friends Video, and then I went and played it at home, and it then said, use the Wii U gamepad to use the map. And I said, no, I will wait until they port this off this fucking system.
This is the third Wii U stab at a grave that you've done today, and it's like,
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on with you and this
happenstance.
Wii U ire. Like, sure, it was a misstep. The Wii was a hit. The Wii U was a fuck, and then the Switch was a hit. You know, but like these are strays that are aimed at dirt, man.
I don't care for Wii U.
You're emptying the clip into the earth.
So I don't know if you remember specifically that era of like where my ire for the Wii U came from, but it was like I had a line in the sand after buying the console, and it was, I will never use this gamepad ever.
Okay, that's a pretty
I used
strong
it for Zombie U.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing in the whole history of that fucking thing made a point to use it as well as Zombie U. And every time a game said, you now switch to the Wii U gamepad, I said, how about I turn this thing off?
I will always raise my finger and go, Splatoon convinced me. Mm-hmm. Splatoon's gyro made it make sense, even though very little else did.
So that patch is weird because it makes the game run way better on the Switch 2 in docked mode and look way better. It makes the game run better, but look way worse in handheld mode. There's some kind of FSR resolution scaling situation happening that sucks. Not really sure what's up with that. But as for the actual game, weird game. Fucking strange game in the Xenoblade canon. First of all, it's localized by Nintendo of America and not Nintendo of Europe like all the other ones. So whereas Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3 are just maximum British Isles with Shulk and Fiora and Roin and Oi, you get to Xenoblade Chronicles X, and it's taking place in space, but in New Los Angeles with such characters as Doug and James and Sarah.
Wow. Okay.
And all American voice actors and all American English.
Is that the first time it's not British?
Yeah, it's the only one that's not British.
Okay.
And it's fucking super fucking strange. It's so bizarre.
And this was before 2.
Yeah. This is actually the second one.
Okay.
This is a fake MMO. This game is a fake MMO. Everything about it is a fake MMO. The way that your city hub is divided into districts like a World of Warcraft settlement, the way that every single spot on the map has some kind of collectible on it, the fact that the game to fully complete takes somewhere between 200 and 400 hours, the fact that it has multiplayer missions like Monster Hunter for high-end content for 4 players. It is a weird fucking super gigantic single player RPG pseudo MMO.
But like, I guess that pseudo MMO thing. Like, I'm thinking of Relink also had that like strange
the difference
multiplayer.
Between that, Relink is pretending to be like Monster Hunter to some degree, where you're going out on a mission, you do a level
with a little group,
and there's a boss, and then it becomes like big boss fights. This game has like a to the horizon level map, like just like epic distances kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay.
It also has a really nice twist on the Xenoblade. Like how when you load up a game and you get a look at like the class tree or like the skill list and you just go, oh, this is a big boy.
Yeah.
Because there's just like the menu has just too much room. Yeah, it's a big boy. There's a lot. Like you go to the party list and there's like, oh, pick your 4-man party. There's 28 slots on the reserve list for party members.
Okay. Yeah, I
and you're like, oh.
The first time I booted up Baldur's Gate 3 and they looked at the character creator, I was getting stressed out. Like I was not streaming that part.
Exactly.
I just needed to take a look to see what I was getting into, and I was getting stressed the fuck out, man. Yeah, okay.
It has of note. So it's a really cool RPG. I'm gonna dig into it. It's the anti-beeline game. People said, "Hey man, you have to beeline. You try beeline it. Let's LP it." It's like the game requires like map percentage completion to continue story events.
Oh, okay.
Like it will be like, "Get out there, do more stuff," kind of thing. But of note, I need to get his full name because I always feel bad. Attack on Titan had a person do the music named Hiroyuki Sawano. You're familiar with Sawano, right?
Composer of the
Attack on Titan.
All the yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So they're the composer and Kill la Kill as well.
Hell yeah. Oh my god. Oh god, I hear it. Yes. The same high pitch, the thing. Yeah. Okay, the battle
and then
theme.
The vocals come in.
Yeah, exactly. The vocals kicking in the Shiga battle of yes, absolutely. Vocals kicking in on both of them are the same kind. Oh fuck.
You got that in your mind?
That connection's crazy. Holy shit. Yes, okay.
Xenoblade Chronicles X has a lot of like minor story events that are being absolutely carried by Sawano deciding to just drop this gigantic, epic fucking track over like panning shots of like the cool environment. And it's really interesting because it's really like a thing that's more than the sum of its parts. Because you have a little tutorial sequence where it's raining and you get on top of a little mountain and the game goes, look at these places as the sun comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And they're decent panning shots and they show you New LA, and then the person is giving you like some boilerplate inspiring speech about making a way for humanity's future in space, and then the music comes in and it actually becomes like this really, really like epic fucking thing. And I'm looking at panning shots of a Wii U environment.
Is there like a drum buildup that cuts off and then comes back in sharp with the drop?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
But on top of that, Sawano, I don't know if this is in his regular repertoire. The new Los Angeles town music at night features the lowest energy, out of place rapping since Iwatodai Dorm.
Okay, now I remember back when you guys played it on the old channel, there was a punchline about the bad rap.
Yes.
And that gave me the impression that this game had terrible music in it, because all I knew was that there was this bad rap song and it was the punchline of the video.
Well, okay, so here's the problem. Do you like Iwatodai Dorm?
I have had legacy problems with Iwatodai Dorm.
Okay. So when you go to New LA at night, there is a track that's pretty good playing in the background, but the primary vocals of it are a guy just going, yeah, like nonstop.
Lotus juice in it.
And there's in the battle theme has a sequence in which it's pretty fine, and then the guy just busts out on a whole different planet. And it's just
yeah.
And it's
I remember.
super fucking cringe.
Yeah. There we go.
So
okay.
It's this
stuck on a different
the other line,
planet.
I'm in the house like carpet. It's kind of an incredible soundtrack from what I could hear, with occasional like, I'm gonna go for it. Occasional Yoko Ono screaming at Chuck Berry energy.
No. Oh my God.
Right? Like just like I'm trying to enjoy the music here. Can you just shut the fuck
kill
up, dude?
this Yep.
It's not that bad, but it's the only thing I can get the emotional context
I understand.
across.
I understand. Okay.
That game's fucking cool. That game's so cool. I'm so glad you can play it without the Wii U gamepad. Very happy
Salvaged.
about
that. Okay. All right.
And people are unhappy about the patch changing the way it looks in handheld mode, and you can get a refund for it on the Nintendo eShop if you ask for it. Actually, I would prefer they fix it, but I don't play that shit on handheld mode anyway. So, whatever.
So, are refunds now available on all platforms as a functioning thing?
Sony tells you they'll only do it once, and that's a lie.
Interesting.
Nintendo will do it. I had to get a refund for Monster Hunter Generations X on the Wii, on Switch, because I bought it, and then Capcom out of nowhere sent me a code.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, I don't need to fucking buy it. And I called them. I called them on the phone. And they were like, what's the problem? Like, I have a review code, but I already bought it. And the guy was like, that is the first time I've had to figure this out in the system.
Interesting.
He was actually very, very clear. He's like, I don't know how to file this, but I'll talk to my boss. And then they pulled it off my account, and then I used the code.
Okay. Nintendo will do it when there's a genuine reason and not just I don't like the game. Okay.
It's like, for example, and this is none of our current sponsors, and I won't use the current the sponsor's name, but I've gotten a phone call from a sponsor that I have done in the past on my stream. And they're like, "Hey, would you like to come back to our service?" And I'm like, and I will go like, "Bro, no, that's me. That's my job." And he's like, "What?" It's like, "It's my job to get people to come back to your service." He's like, "I don't understand." He's like, "You guys paid me to get people to come back to your service. So when you're asking me to come back to your service, I actually talked to your boss in marketing to send me." And he's like, "I don't understand." I'm like, just hang up the phone, buddy.
Okay.
I'm the ad.
Yeah,
Don't
sure.
add me.
Sure.
So very strange situation. I also started a new I hope you didn't see this. I started a new series on my show this week. It's called Premature Epatulation.
I did scroll by a logo.
People hate the title. I'm very happy with that.
Okay.
That was on purpose.
Okay, so I say, as I recall, I just named a series Down the Woolly Hole.
Yes.
So upsetting your viewers based titling is clearly high in stocks.
It works super well too, because the whole stream, people kept coming in and going, "Oh," and they had the little green, they had the green highlight that's like first time chatter.
There you go. That's it.
And they're like, "Oh, what is this?"
There you go.
It.
That's
like,
it.
I'm glad you're here.
Yep. It works. Gotcha.
So Premature Epatulation is for games that are either demos or in early access because they're not finished.
Right.
I'm going to play them even though they're not finished. And you might go, "No, wait, Pat, it's not finished." I'm like, it's time.
You can't hold yourself back.
It's time.
Okay.
What coincidentally lined up with Steam Next Fest. So there were some demos for a bunch of upcoming stuff that I played yesterday.
Well, as long as the repatry period is long enough.
Hold on.
Repatry period. As long as the repatry period is long enough, then it'll be fine.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be any issues. Yeah.
Well, if it's early access games, it can be anywhere from 2 weeks to forever.
True. Okay. Well, yeah. All right.
Um. So I played Vampire Crawlers.
Yeah. Okay. That was.
Did you ever play Slay the Spire?
Yeah.
Did you wish that Slay the Spire was about like 50 times faster?
Yeah.
Then you should play fucking Vampire Crawlers.
Yeah. I also wish it like looked like had more visuals going on. So yeah. Sick.
It joins Vampire Survivors as game most likely to give your child brain damage if they see you playing it. I beat the demo, and in the course of the demo, I went from having 2 mana and 2 cards per pull to having 4 mana and like 6 cards per pull, including cards that drew more cards.
Let's go.
You're all your moves are to be played, and you just look at it and go here's a turn. Deal, 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 like that's how fast it is.
And from what I can gather at a glance, the sprites are the exact same.
They're exactly the same.
Just you're looking at them way closer.
The very beginning of the game in the title screen is Antonio in like the Green Hills area, and then the camera like scrolls down and then zooms to the ground and then tilts up. And that's it.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It's the same sprites, it's the same characters. The characters have fucking voice acting.
Wow.
Which is so
wow. Okay, so automatically that means Gianni's on it.
Yeah. It's got polygons here and there.
Ooh.
Because yeah, it's great.
Okay.
It's great. There's of note, and it's not super useful at the very beginning, but if you hit square or X on your Xbox controller, it plays all your cards from right to left. And that is for when you have some kind of synergy or some kind of
okay.
And you're like, I don't even care.
Yeah. You've set,
which is very Vampire Survivors.
You've set up the Rube Goldberg,
Rube
Goldberg machine, and just your order is set. Play, yeah.
Or it doesn't even matter if you get your combo. You're just like, no, I'm just gonna win. Really great, super cool. I played Zero Parades, the new Zaum game.
Yes.
Very interesting streaming that game to an audience that is uncharacteristically aware of the reality of the company.
There's an energy that they will never be able to defeat, no matter what the game is or how good it is, which is the situation and the vibes being permanently rancid as a result.
Yeah. But I wanted to know.
I'm curious. I'm very curious. Yeah, I might check that out.
I wanted to know. It is a demo. It has much more voice acting than Disco Elysium had when that game originally came out. It is overwhelmingly the feeling of trying to bake a cake with most of the recipe and the head baker gone. Like it desperately wants to be Disco Elysium 2, and every little piece, it just doesn't fit quite right.
But the cake that the head chef that is now gone made is still on the table, and you can look at it and dissect it. And they are able to look at what was made before. Right. Okay.
It's just
okay. Interesting.
Not there.
And this isn't being colored by awareness.
No, I can remove that.
Okay.
So like one of the things that really stands out is that when you go and make your character, you have three choices of agent, and they're they're the same three choices that they were in Disco,
Okay.
which is intelligent, physical, or emotional. And then you go into your faculties, and there's 15 skills, and those skills are coordination, doppelgang, instinct, sensor, shadow play, blueprint, cold read, nerve, etc., etc., etc. And you snap your points, and then you go into your dialogue, and then different parts of your thought bubbles will talk to you based on what scores you roll and behind the scenes things. And then you roll 2 dice in order to do a skill check. Like, it is overwhelmingly like, this is Disco Elysium 2 in all but name.
And it's interesting to hear that, because like I remember the breakdown for that video that leaked of the Kingdom of Locusts proposition, and that did sound interesting in a way that was not just echoing the same thing, right? It was like legitimately there was the little Kuno story was something that sounded like, okay, this is actually taking place within the world, with the characters, but there was enough there that seemed like it was doing its own interesting thing. But yeah, here the pressure is high to not only not fuck it up, but to capture lightning in a bottle a second time,
Right. And so the very first thing that talks is a gentleman named Pseudopod, narrates to you in a fairly suspicious way compared to the ancient reptilian brain, in which you don't know who your character is, and you work through that through a series of dialogue choices, and then you load into what is pretty much the same room in the Whirling in Rags, and you start examining a pair of pants in the bathroom and go through all these dialogues, and your health is fatigue, anxiety, and delirium. And as these get high enough, you can't do certain checks, and it's just not
interesting
right there. It feels like I asked for a Coke and I got a Pepsi.
That okay. You're not without, because that could have been a much harsher analog,
No, let me try it again. I asked for a Coke,
RC
and
Cola?
they said, "Is new Coke okay?" And I went,
okay,
yeah,
okay. So what's interesting is that the passage of time means that there are always going to be people who will only have heard about Disco Elysium as we talk about it after the fact, because we're now years from it. And there will be folks that are going to play this as the first time they're playing a game like this, and their experience with it will be phenomenal. This will be incredible. It'll be mind-blowing because it'll be the first go at this type of game.
Yeah. The script is also this is going to sound really weird to say. It's too verbose. It's trying to be too metaphorical and too like the same conversation. It takes twice as long in Zero Parades.
Okay.
Also, I'm going to send you a screenshot from my stream to really hammer home the first room that you load into is like the same. Like, it's really,
wow. That's the same room. Holy fuck, you're not even trying to pretend. Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. Ooh. It insists upon itself, people in chat are saying.
Wow. Okay, my expectation is that this and games like, what was the other one? Was it Last Night or the one with the I think it's like the sex worker and like the leg under the sheets.
Oh no.
Well, in any case, my expectation is that like you would get a game that was like, functionally similar and ultimately fine, but it would lack the, I guess, the depth and like messaging and the, you know, what the boldness of what the fuck Disco was getting at, right? That would be completely gone, but it would just be a video game that is a functional RPG that has cool characters and, you know, a story that you move through the motions and go through. That would be completely fine, and you'd actually probably be like happy with, coming out of nowhere, coming out of left field, but it would not have the depths that Disco gets to.
So, like, Disco has this overwhelming feeling of, I'm going to tell you my manifesto, and I put it into a video game, and now no one can stop me.
Yep. Triple X Night Shift was what I was trying to remember. Yes.
And Zero Parades feels like, I would like to tell you that I want to make Disco Elysium 2. Which is a very different place.
And I am the
come from.
And I am the license holder. I own the IP. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
So very interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna hold off. Also, I played it for like 40 minutes and didn't get out of the first room. Like, that's what I mean by like there might be too much dialogue. Also, this is a really bad sign. I don't like the main character's voice.
Oh, that's not good.
That narrates every single line of dialogue.
That's not good. That's not good.
Too British, too raspy, just doesn't have the right. I mean, comparing it to the Disco narrator is not fair.
No.
But yeah. What else do we got? I played Densha Attack.
Okay.
The train Jet Set Radio.
One last question just about the Disco game. Was that the project that had Lenvar Brown, the narrator, attached? Or was he on a different one?
I don't know.
Did you hear the Disco narrator at all? At any point?
No.
Okay.
It was a different lady.
All right. Train Attack.
Densha Attack. This is Train Jet Set Radio. What if you were playing Jet Set Radio, but you were a train?
You are a person on a train, or you are a train?
You're playing a train.
Sick.
You do flips in the air and change tracks, and then skid around the corner.
Fuck yeah.
And
multi-track drifting.
Yeah, absolutely multi-track drifting. Cool aesthetic, cool visuals, minimal story, really cool. I'm sure you would like it. I had the same exact issue with it that I had with Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Radio Future and Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, which is don't like how it controls at all. It controls like those games.
Okay.
Put on a track.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing this. This is, yep, absolutely. Did you like how, no, you didn't like how Sonic skated on rails either, did you?
No, I don't. That is kind of a line in the sand for me.
Sick.
Like for me, like every time someone's like, man, I love modern Sonic. I'm like, I also like to play with like my toddler's loop-de-loops and see, oh wow, it's going around. Crazy. I jumped on a pad and Sonic went fast in a circle. Ooh, you fucking morons.
Someone didn't like RC racing in Yakuza 0.
I did not. I also played the
Pocket
Eternal
Circuit
Life
for
of
life, bitch.
Fuck off. I played the Eternal Life of Goldman, which is in the running to dethrone Cuphead as game most obsessed with 2D animation. The Eternal Life of Goldman is the best looking 2D game I have ever played. Full stop. It is absolutely gorgeous. Every single individual element has more work put into it. It is like the 2D side scrolling equivalent of like a Persona interface.
Yeah, okay.
But for literally every single detail, every menu, every character interaction,
that's insane.
Every background element.
How many years? Frame by frame.
But a while.
Okay.
And it's ridiculously gorgeous. It is not what I thought it was going to be at all in terms of narrative or gameplay. So straight off the bat, it's the core jumping around gameplay is, hey bro, do you remember that DuckTales game with the
this is
pogo
DuckTales
stick?
as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want a modern DuckTale where you play like an 80-year-old invincible Jewish guy named Goldman? Here you go. Defeat the deity. I don't know what the story's about, but it's ridiculously gorgeous, and I want to play as this old man running through this incredible environment. As for the actual narrative, this is using the Princess Bride as
okay
as its like narrative focus. So there's Goldman's story, which is him going through the island and going on adventures. But underneath Goldman's story is that you are following the story of Goldman is a mother telling their child about the eternal life of Goldman, right?
Okay.
So it's being narrated like the Princess Bride.
Okay.
And the kid is extraordinarily ill, and they're in the hospital with what? Don't know. Probably cancer. It's probably cancer. And that's your like narrative setup, right? When that will include things like Goldman jumping off a cliff and just fucking dying and just like hitting the ground and splatting with like a sickening thud, which you'll get a little bit of a Prince of Persia like, no, hey, that didn't happen. You told me Goldman was
Right.
and then like Goldman will reconstitute his body. But there was like a little turn in the narrative that right when I stopped, then I'm like, okay, there's definitely more going on here than I thought there was. So you find Goldman finds a documentation about sterilization, to which the kid cuts in and says, hey, what's that word mean? I heard that the nurses in the hallway laughing about it. And they get into a very awkward conversation about whether or not some people do or do not want kids. At which the kid goes, well, why wouldn't anyone want kids? What? Because they'd ruin their life? And then mom snaps and says, you promised me you wouldn't bring that up. Didn't you promise me we're not going to talk about that? And it gets really tense and it gets really weird. And then they drop it.
Interesting.
Like I've never heard like a parent in a game snap at a child and refer to like an earlier fight.
Interesting.
It's very, very, very interesting. So there's a lot going on with that game.
Okay, and that's all you saw.
There's a lot
going
on in that game.
Okay.
Super cool
narrative. The art on its own is like, yeah, that's fucking the attention is pulling me in for the artistry of it, but that's a fucking breadcrumb right there.
Yeah. I also played a game called Holston out of Poland. Well, I assume it's out of Poland because it takes place in Poland and everyone in the game speaks Polish. I don't actually know where the developer is, but I think Poland's a pretty good shot on that.
Turns out it's called Brazil.
Yeah, it's possible. It's called Holston, Holstin. It is an isometric survival horror with a old-timey pixel art aesthetic. Kind of think of like a Polish, I can't remember the name of it. You played it. The doll game, purple hair, amusement park.
Oh,
Crow
Country.
Like a Polish Crow Country. Or like Signalis.
Yep.
Big old bio-goo infested a town, causing bio-goo problems. Its main hook is that it's like isometric, like a Signalis. But when you aim the camera, when you aim your gun, the camera zooms in to behind your main character's shoulder like he's in RE4, and it becomes a third-person action game.
I like that. Okay. Only for those moments.
And then you fight enemies like you're playing RE4.
Nice.
Super cool. Like really, really cool gimmick. I can never remember Crow Country's name. That's so strange.
My brain always goes Crow County for some reason.
Yeah. I played a game called Wild Blue Skies, which is Star Fox again, but not Star Fox. And doesn't feel as good to play as Star Fox.
Damn. Because until Star Fox returns, there's room for Star Fox.
Yeah, I've played many games that are like, hey, remember Star Fox? And I go, I remember Star Fox playing better than this, actually.
Okay.
And then the last one that I played on Premature Epatulation is called Hark the Ghoul, which is another one of those fake ass PlayStation 1 Kingsfield games. Where it is a first person wander about with your melee in your Souls like environment that is very depressing and sad, and pick up items and wander around and find a useless shield kind of thing. Did
Elden Ring scratch the Souls like itch so hard that we're now
people are like Kingsfield.
Yeah, we're returning to Kingsfield, right? Like that's what it is. Yeah.
When you start the game, there is a visual customization toggle that they want you to go for, which dramatically changes the look of the game. You can make it look like a PlayStation 1 game with texture wobble and more pixelation. You can make it look like an N64 game with overly smoothed textures and slightly more visual clarity. Or you can make it look like the emulated version of that PlayStation 1 game on your PC monitor in 1997 with just the CRT filter.
Hell yeah.
All three of them are pitch perfect. I played it in all three modes, and man, it really looks like a PlayStation 1 game or an N64 game or a PC game from 97.
This trailer just ended on a character called Scat Sage.
Oh, I didn't meet Scat Sage on the demo.
What was the...
It's really good.
Okay. Scat Sage side. What was the Star Fox like?
Wild Blue Skies.
Okay.
It's really good. It's also really strange. It does do some things very differently. When you sit down on your bonfire equivalent, which is a tree, and save and heal, enemies don't come back to life.
Oh.
Like they stay dead.
Okay.
And the leveling in this game is not more damage, more health, more whatever. It is run faster, jump higher, swing faster.
More attacks, not stronger attacks.
I got the run upgrade. I got the first run upgrade, and it made the difference between, because in the first person combat you're like shimmying back and forward. It made the difference between getting hit by 50 or 60% of an enemy's attacks to getting hit by 0. And getting the jump upgrade let me jump so much higher that I was able to get onto the rooftops in the hub and find parts of the level that were inaccessible to me.
Okay. So your footsies get better.
It feels like upgrading your physical stats in Deus Ex 1. If that works for you.
It does.
Or like Thief.
But okay. Yeah, your improvements are literally your it's not your number going up, it's like you're physically able to do more.
Playing as your character feels better.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
Super cool. Demo was really long. And it is also in a more Bloodborne aesthetic. So you get a gun, you get a whip. Like I got a whip, and it worked like a Castlevania whip. You can pull items to yourself. It's fucking awesome. And that's it for me this week. Sorry, last week. This coming week, I'm not doing shit all tomorrow on Wednesday. Wednesdays are busy. However, Thursday, the 26th, I will play a couple more of those Next Fest demos. But more importantly than that, Resident Evil 9 comes out on Thursday at 9 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, that's soon.
So I'm going to fucking do that shit.
Okay.
And then on Friday, this is Resident Evil 9. And then on Saturday, it's Resident Evil 9. And then on Monday, it's Resident Evil 9. And next Tuesday, we'll do the podcast. And if I haven't beaten Resident Evil 9 by then, it's more Resident Evil 9 after the podcast. And so on and so forth. It's kind of like a thing for me to play these Resident Evil games.
Yes. It's a religious event.
Well, as one of the guys who's been covering this for like the longest, and like actually like people were asking me all sorts of questions about Resident Evil storyline, and I was like, it's stupid. It's dumb and bad, actually. There's a great thread I saw on the subreddit, which like, what Resident Evil games should I play to get ready for Resident Evil 9? And my response was, don't worry about it. Like, there will be nothing in this game that will confuse you for even 1 second if you haven't played any of them.
You have the full wiki in your head and you hate that shit and it's dumb as hell, but nonetheless, it is in there.
It's in there, and like every time I think about it, I'm like, oh, I'm wasted so much time learning any of these details. They're so pointless and they matter so little. And they retcon that shit like it's like for funsies. Like they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And like sometimes there's some fun details, like RE4 remake. RE3 remake. You can find a photo of the Umbrella team that developed the Nemesis, right? And it's like a bunch of morons in lab coats going, yeah, we made the Nemesis in the Europe lab. And if you look carefully, you can see one Luis Serra in that photo, which then makes you understand more as to what Lewis is talking about when he's like, yeah, I've done a bunch of stupid shit, when you meet him in RE4, because he built Nemesis, which then changes the character, because when he died, you're like, okay, well, you invented the Nemesis, you can get yours, you fucking asshole. And as a proof positive of me wasting my time, I said Luis Serra, and your face didn't move at all.
Correct.
Because you forget who that is.
Correct.
Fine.
Yeah.
That's who fucking cares.
Sure. In fact, my brain went to the next question, which was, do you think the remakes stop at a point? And if so, where would that be? Or do you just stagger them long enough that they can continue to exist?
Okay, so they're not going to go back to RE1. That moment is past. They did RE2, they did RE3, they did RE4.
Yeah.
The next one would be Code Veronica, actually. And Dusk Golem says that Code Veronica is the next one to come back.
I imagine up to 6 is the place to do it.
I don't think 6 is remakeable. It's too big. I also think they would run into a slight issue, which is remaking Resident Evil 5 for the year 2027, 28, 29. And every time this comes up, I just start to workshop, like, there are so, like, because we had the discussion last week about like what they're gonna make Kratos into like a pussy that loves women in the God of War remake.
They might.
And it's gonna actually screw up the storyline of God of War 2018, right? But remaking 5 is like legit the most racist video game I've ever played in my life, unless you count like Custer's Revenge, right? 5 is crazy. 5 is absolutely out of control. It's also like really good. And I was like workshopping it, and I'm like, I think the they can either put like a big old like this game was made in the but that doesn't work because it was crazy back then. It was crazy back in 2009.
Magini's in 4K, Pat. It's the only way. Magini's in 4K. You can't hide from it. You can't run from it.
Wooly. I think there's a way around it, and I think all they need to do is change like 2 lines in one note. So one of the things that's crazy is when you find the Hut people, and they've degenerated into subhuman monsters throwing spears at you, you're like, okay, right? Like, oh, wow.
Literally through the spears, yep.
And then you find the note, and the note says,
I remember this note.
That they were a peaceful village, and they were like poor but relatively modern.
Yes.
But then when they got sick, they started to
grab the ancestral weaponry,
their ancient implements, and it devolved them into a feral state.
There you go.
And that's the one where you're like, oh,
the tradition.
They did think about this, and then they chose like the wrong path
and you
forward.
know what? Yeah, that little text you add, that context, that totally flies, and everybody
it made it worse.
Everybody takes the moment to stop and learn context.
So here's what you do. Right? You write that these were actually what the people who worked for Tricell did when they arrived is they displaced the native residents and took their land and lived in their area because they had to work at the local Tricell facility. And some of those employees got tested on without their knowledge. And those white European Tricell employees, upon being infected with the Magini parasite, sought out nearby mud and clay and primitive weapon, and the Magini virus made them blackface themselves.
I see.
And now when you go to the marsh, what you're actually doing is shooting hordes of white people in blackface.
Zombies that are black-faced up.
Yes.
Right. Correct. Yes. Are they zombies?
They are Magini.
Well,
so quote they are not zombies. Okay. They are parasitized.
Well, and some of them might not even be parasitized, but okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're putting down there. I understand.
In all honesty, I legitimately don't know what they could possibly do with the RE5. It's insanely racist then. It's only more racist now.
I remember a time where there was a moment where we were looking at Capcom's output, and there was a real chance that this company was committing to the world tour of what culture and race do we go to make the scary monsters next. There was a moment where you go, 4, 5, are we seriously just picking a new country and culture to go fucking do this to every time?
You forget because you're not super into it, right? Because the world tour continued for many years.
Well, so they've hit every continent up at this point almost, right?
So 6 was Eastern Europe and China.
China's in 6. I didn't know that.
Really? Okay, let me go check. When did I in 2020? When I was doing
wow.
When did Resident Evil 8 come out?
I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah. Resident Evil 8 came out in 2021. So in 2020 or 2021,
bro, it's not called the C virus.
It's the C virus.
It's not called the C virus. So
let me tell you what. In 2020 and 2021, when I was doing the Resident Evil marathon on my channel, I got to Resident Evil 6, in which China is ravaged by the C virus. And I'm just like hands on my fucking top of my forehead, just like, oh, like the whole time. because it's nonstop. Like you see the like canisters of the virus like explode through like fake Beijing and turn everybody into C virus monsters.
Oh boy.
And there's a lot of dialogue about how we have to stop the C virus from hitting China.
Okay. Does someone on the creative team decide to make monsters and zombies that are culturally themed?
Yes.
Okay.
There are what are they called? I forget. But there are some parasitized goons that are supposed to be formerly working for the Triad. And they have like the face-changing masks that Chinese magicians use.
Okay.
And they're goons.
Okay.
And they turn into bugs. They turn into locusts, which is more appropriate for that era. So you did China in RE6.
Jiangxi was the name I was trying to remember. If they used that at some point. Or,
RE7 goes to the far off nightmare country of Louisiana.
Yes, of course.
Where mold is. So mold is the big enemy in RE7.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's no longer viruses. It's mold.
It's mold. Okay.
And one of the reasons they put it in Louisiana is that mold is a regional problem to Louisiana because of the moisture. I
remember 7 was like, oh, now we go down south. So yeah.
And then we go to Eastern Europe for Resident Evil 8 Village, in which you fight. Well, what would you fight in Eastern Europe? Oh, that's right. Vampires, werewolves, fish people.
Okay. Innsmouth. All right.
Yeah. And now Resident Evil 9 is back to America, specifically back to Raccoon City.
Okay. But there's more places we could be going, There
are more
Australia, South America.
South America's been done. South America did happen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It didn't really... It was not a big deal. They didn't really go crazy on anything South American.
Okay. You can hit up native areas. You can go. I mean,
so Western Europe has been untouched.
India,
Australia hasn't happened. South America has been mostly ignored.
Caribbean,
yeah. Antarctica has been done.
Antarctica, really? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
World tour.
Someone says we need Russia. Russia has happened. There is a Resident Evil game that takes place in Russia. But yeah, no. The whirlwind tour continues.
Okay. And because you have to build up to a village people boss fight of just all of them at once coming at you. Like a door has to open.
Oh, I forgot that Spain is in Western Europe. My bad.
A door has to open like the Street Fighter cartoon, and just the whole world comes at you, and Leon has to.
If you can believe it,
okay.
After RE5, the ethnic considerations of various regions was handled slightly more intelligently. Right? Like,
because you got to make different kinds of zombies. You have to like you can't just do like zombie. You got to keep it fresh and interesting, and by adding different flavors.
Yeah,
to
so
it.
Like the RE9 zombies are kind of like rage virus kind of thing going on, along with your big monster. There's many. There's going to be a couple big monsters in that game.
Okay. Because you got to add different flavors to it, but it seems like for a while those flavors were particular types of spice, and you can find better ways to go about that. So that's interesting.
So like we're gonna go back to Resident Evil Raccoon City, which if I had to guess, and I put it in the emote mode because there's actually spoilers everywhere, that means that there will be some very, very old monsters from 20 years ago that will make a reappearance in this game, because
true.
one else would you go all the way back to the fucking police station in Raccoon City?
But also monsters plus time means who knows what happened.
Yeah, probably a bunch of goo. There's one particular big pile of goo that I actually expect to have managed to exist in some kind of goo form for like 20 plus years.
Well, whatever you're talking about, Capcom has felt it urgent enough to put out a thing saying, hey, please don't fucking spoil people. Yeah. Yeah, it's I guess it's significant, and or where you're getting your Shadow Moses chapter of MGS4.
Oh, did you know this, all the spoiler stuff? So first of all, I as the guy who knows a lot about Resident Evil, and you could fucking tell me anything, I'd be like, yeah, sure, whatever. like the propensity to like say something and it be a lie or true, or for me to go, yeah, that figures. Unsurprising. On the plus side, the streaming embargo has been moved up, so that's very helpful, actually.
Okay. If I had to guess, I would imagine that like monsters are not really a spoiler as much as
someone's gonna die in this game.
Well, I was gonna say like a returning character or obscure pull from this massive timeline showing up.
I mean, I could shoot my shot, but like, there's gonna be a long-standing character that fucking dies in this game for sure. And people are gonna lose their mind, which means that if you don't want to get spoiled by it, go off the internet and play the game as fast as possible.
And it will be all the middle-aged woman off camera.
You know, Wooly, I would like to tell you something. Now Wooly, I'm gonna pull something out, and you're gonna get okay. We're gonna fuck the rest of the news. We're gonna deep dive on this, okay? Because you gotta know about this. So one of the things that has been very strange about the Resident Evil franchise is that girls don't tend to come back per game outside of rare scenarios, right? Tend to have a new girl, but the guys will come back a little bit more often. Chris has more games than Sheva. Leon has more games than Claire, right?
Ada's a staple though, right?
Ada's a staple. And Ada's really kept that shit on lock, right? So over the years, they've had to get super creative with what the fuck is going on here, right? So here's the following. Well, Jill was infected by the T virus, then cured in Resident Evil 3,
Logged, right?
Then later experimented on by Wesker for multiple years with Ouroboros and various other things. Yes. Now she's blonde, which means that Jill will no longer age at the same rate.
Yes, right. She's been preserved in time.
Claire was the main character in with Leon in Resident Evil 2, which takes place in 1998. And thus she would be, 20 years older now. She was the main character of Resident Evil Revelations 2, along with Barry's daughter. Barry's daughter is 10-ish years old in RE1. So, hey, how come RE Revelations 2 takes place and Claire looks so young and Moira's only like 18? Oh, because it doesn't take place in modern day. Unlike almost every Resident Evil game that takes place in modern day, Resident Evil Revelations 2 came out and it actually took place a couple of years ago. So you could be like, well, Claire's still in her 20s.
Okay.
Same thing with Code Veronica X. For Resident Evil 4, Ada's still there. She's hot. For Resident Evil 5, Sheva will never ever come back and Jill's a mutant. For Resident Evil 6, hey, look, Ada's back again and she looks better than ever. And there's two Adas because one of those Adas is actually an experimented on woman that was dating the villain, and he was so obsessed with how bad he wanted to fuck Ada Wong that he invented the C virus to turn his girlfriend into Ada Wong.
Oh my god.
So that game has blue Ada and red Ada.
The one that blew up in China was made to turn people into Ada Wong.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
And you take care of her.
Yep.
And then you have RE7,
Preserved.
at which place you play Chris in first person, and his head looks weird. And then you play 8, which you're playing as Ethan, but Chris is also there again, and he looks the same as he did. And Sherry was in 6, but she's 20 something because it was that many years after Raccoon City, right? But you see, Sherry also ages slightly more slowly because of the G virus.
There's a virus that you didn't know about.
No. Yeah, okay, it's the embryo, but still.
Okay, there's
right?
virus.
And that's why she has the healing powers.
You got to slow down. Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Now, even though Jake Mueller has powers from Wesker being his dad,
Weskerson,
he still ages at a normal rate and scars because he's a man.
Yeah, dudes, absolutely. Tiger uppercut.
So this is all the setup. So
a portal opens up and young Claire walks out.
Wooly. Okay.
A fucking wormhole.
Wooly. Okay. So Sherry Birkin was about 12 or 13 in Resident Evil 2, which is 20 years ago.
Perfect. Yeah.
Sherry Birkin, therefore, should be in her early 30s. She is portrayed in the new RE9 trailer from the back, so you can't see her face, so you can't tell how old she is. But she appears to be younger than her 30s.
Sure.
Leon, also, you saw, looks killer.
Killing it.
Leon
Absolutely.
looks awesome.
Yep.
And so one of the details in the RE9 trailer that if you are a freak like me or Dusk Golem or Susie or whoever would frame by frame the trailer and then read emails off people's computers in the background, because you've completely wasted parts of your life finding out about Resident Evil, you find out that the reason why Leon is covered in a black rash and the reason why he wears gloves in RE9 is because he is suffering from something called Raccoon City Syndrome. And Raccoon City Syndrome, Raccoon City Syndrome is a disease that affects survivors of the Raccoon City incident, such as Leon Kennedy, Ada Wong, Claire Redfield, Sherry Birkin, Albert Wesker, as well as at least Alyssa Ashcroft from Outbreak, right? Who is Grace's mom, the new character, right? So Raccoon City Syndrome, you can actually look at the symptom list. Basically covers your body with a black rash. You get sick and then you just pop, right? Raccoon City Syndrome is caused by long-term side effects of incidental exposure to aerosolized T virus.
Let's go.
Which means the reason why your characters in Resident Evil managed to get all the way through it without turning into a zombie is they are somewhat naturally immune to the virus in the first place. Because there is so much virus going around that they're literally breathing it in instead of just getting bites.
Right.
Kind of makes some of those characters less heroic.
Because your circumstance. Yeah.
Like they were able to shrug off a bite or a cut or whatever. But regardless, they are going to use Raccoon City Syndrome to explain why Alyssa Ashford looks like she's 30, even though she's like 55 fucking years old. Why Claire has never aged. Why Leon has barely aged. Why Ada has barely aged.
Well, because you see, the T in T virus stands for tight.
It stands for tyrant.
You got to keep it tight.
It stands for tyrant.
It's the tight virus. Oh my God, the fucking backflips we will do to get away from a middle-aged woman. We are terrified. We have one fear in life, and it is a woman that is 31 years old. My nightmares are haunted, says Capcom, by a 31-year-old.
Every time I can. Because they let it slip once. They were asked, so everyone saw that Ada was like, first of all, she looked great in RE6, and she had a much bigger ass and bigger boobs, and she like it was
the
ridiculous,
real
right?
one or the C virus. Okay,
the C virus one actually, I believe, had like a smaller ass.
that's
smaller
funny.
butt.
That's pretty funny. Okay.
So the director was asked. Everyone was joking in like Resident Evil freaks. Everyone was joking. Was like, well, just Chinese women just age better.
Sure.
Like that's it. Like the Chinese equivalent of black don't crack, right?
Yep. That goes for a while, and then there's a
like
sudden.
If Sheva comes back, I expect her to look exactly the same.
Yeah, around like 70, it goes. What? You go into granny mode,
and they turn into the goblin.
You go into granny mode, but like up until that point,
but before that,
pristine,
solid, right? So that was people joking around. And then the interview with the director for Resident Evil 6 came back out, in which the interviewer asked, hey, what's going on with Ada Wong? She looks great, especially compared to Leon, who looks pretty old in that game. Leon in RE9 looks younger than he does in 6, which is really funny because it's like 10 years later. And the response from why does Ada look so young in RE6 was, we originally considered making her look her age, but instead we decided to make her beautiful.
So just, yep.
So these are the kinds of joys you can get if you just waste tons of your time reading this shit.
That's all. I mean, when you're honest. When you say it, you say it. And especially when you don't think about what you're not saying, you know?
Yeah.
Those are the moments.
So I'll go one step further. Resident Evil is a bizarrely aromantic, sexless game franchise.
Hold on a minute. But I was made to learn that Wesker had the hots for what's her face?
Rebecca?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she was 18 and he perved on her at her high school fucking basketball event.
Okay, that's how that happened.
And in Resident Evil 0, you can unlock a mode in which you play as Wesker, who wasn't there, and Dark Rebecca, in which she wears a short skirt and a mind control collar.
Wow. Okay. Now sidebar, do any of those CG movies show you older women?
No.
Not even in the movies. Okay.
This can't be the only. Yeah, here's the fucking here you go.
Because
here's Wesker's fucking goon fantasy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and she's crouched over doing the Jill thing.
Yeah, that is a fetish outfit.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, Wesker's a creep.
Okay.
But
this is a sexless universe.
Yeah, so it is a bizarrely sexless universe in which no one ever gets together, ever. Everything's always left in maybe later, right, etc. Right?
No way, friend.
And the reason for that being, after you go through all of this, is that it's working on idle universe rules. Girls in Resident Evil have to stay young forever, and they have to stay single forever.
Yes. Availability. True.
Even though they're not real.
Okay. Unless they're evil, though.
So in the CG movies,
evil women get pregnant.
In the CG movies. Wait, what? Who are you referring to?
I don't know. I'm asking. Is that a thing?
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
There's one girl who gets pregnant in Resident Evil.
Yeah.
And she's very bad.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Right.
She's a bad person.
I was feeling my way through this dark cave. You know.
That's a mess. Let me tell you, that one's a mess. Because there's a lot of it's a mold baby situation.
Of course, yeah. But I'm like, it's Resident Evil. There's monsters. There's human. So somebody somewhere is going to be fucking around with someone pregnant to make a baby that's all fucking orphan of cost.
No, it's actually just a totally normal pregnancy, except for the mold. It's complicated.
Okay.
Anyway, the only woman who ever looked her age in the entire Resident Evil his story ever was Annette Birkin, Sherry's mom, and she dies.
What about Lady D?
She does not look her age.
Oh, she's
hundreds of years
she's
old.
billions. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. So she's middle-aged when you turn like 800.
Yeah.
You finally look 45. Yeah, okay. All right.
So yeah, no, it works on like idol rules. Like the girl's got to stay young and available. Oh, right.
Lest you get graduated.
In one of the CG movies, which are not nearly as gripped by Capcom's departments, there is a single phrase from Leon in which he's talking to Ada, and he makes reference to that night we spent in, I want to say, Istanbul. And that's it.
Interesting.
That's all you get.
Interesting.
The whole series.
Okay. So if anything canon ever occurs, someone will have to come out, shave their head, and offer a tearful apology. And people will have to graduate out of the story.
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Resident Evil canon is the worst. It's the worst. It's the least consistent, shittiest.
And all I did was ask where the remakes were going up to. And now we're locked in.
They're going to do CVX.
We're locked into...
CVX features the... they're kind of fucked on this. I gotta tell you, because
I just, as a parallel with Capcom beauty standards, I appreciate the joke that is Chun-Li's makeup is getting more defined.
Yeah,
and that's it.
That's it. So because like RE5 is like Attack of the Black People, and that's bad. I remember showing you that trailer because you hadn't seen it, and I was like, you got to see this. And more importantly, I got to see you see this. And the phrase that came out of your mouth was scary black people. Oh no, they're the worst. Because it was that shot of like the skinny guy, like leering
that
from
was
a low camera.
Exactly how it was framed. And then later, when I discovered that trailer was making the rounds in church and parental emails, as that
first trailer looks like Black Hawk Down.
Exactly, and they're going, look at what the video games are doing. Look at what they're trying to do. Look at what's happening. They're training the kids, and this is what it is.
Do you remember me going to bat for that game and being like, no, it's like Spain and how they made fun of Spain, and then I played it, and then that fucking marsh level happened, and then I went on Twitter and it was like, fuck you, Capcom, you've made me look like the stupidest fuck.
What I think I remember is the day that like the trailer came out again from a newer event, and that mob scene was the same, except at the front of the mob was a light-skinned dude.
Saddam Hussein. It was Saddam Hussein and Eminem.
There was a white guy and a light-skinned dude at the front of the pack, and then there was the rest. And it's like, okay, all right, there, we've done it. We took the slider, we got 1 to 4 randomly generated across the crowd, and go.
So they're kind of fucked. So they don't know what to do with RE5 because that's crazy. But Code Veronica X doesn't save you either, because Code Veronica X's villains are 2 blonde, blue-eyed, white British shitheads that are a brother-sister twin duo that are incestuous and cross-dressing.
Oh,
so it wasn't handled with a lot of class back then.
Okay.
I can't imagine the level of class it would be handled with now.
I mean, that sounds like big evil, big rich evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it.
Good. That fucking laugh. Literally. Fucking goddamn it, Alfred, you're the fucking worst.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, Resident Evil is terrible. It's my favorite.
And the scariest virus to Capcom of all, menopause. Can we squeeze in a news story or two?
Yeah.
Okay, so we did cover Xbox and we did cover Bluepoint. we did cover, oh, we didn't touch on it, but another shutdown was the Fire Axis ex-employees were working on something. So there was
Yeah.
There was a team that was working on, what was it called? Midsummer Studios. They're working on a
Oh,
project
that's all.
called
Okay, never mind. I thought
Burbank.
you were gonna say something different.
Former Civ, XCOM, and Midnight Suns devs. Yeah, that got shut down before their first project saw the light of day.
Super.
So the timeline of Crash is now just like, woo, it's just accelerating. We're getting faster and faster as we get closer to Made in Heaven. And what I will say is I can't believe I'm unabashedly, ridiculously hyped for Ava directed by Yoko Taro. That is the sickest fucking thing I can't believe I've never would have seen coming. And simply seeing that name alongside Keiichi Okabe on the fucking music, and then just that little shot with the instruments with the K on them, and I'm like, this is the most perfect pairing. I can't believe, like, I have immediate faith in whatever the fuck he's doing. That sounds incredible. What a good idea. If we're going to franchise forever, a million years, never stop, okay, give it to someone who's got something to say.
There's so much about the way that event went down that's so genius and so genuinely incredible. So there was the 30th anniversary Evangelion event.
Mm-hmm.
And at the 30th anniversary event, wow, we're just going all in on my hyperfixations today.
Things happened.
The 30th anniversary Evangelion event. They showed off, art and music, blah, blah, blah. But they also showed off a little animated piece featuring Asuka.
Yeah. Okay. And let's hear it. Let's me smell the room.
What's genius about them putting this out?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that all that got out to most countries was the screenshots.
Nuclear.
Of the skit.
Nuclear screenshot.
It was so there's a 4chan post about Rei best girl, Asuka best girl no, and a guy with Gendo's avatar goes, "You fucks have been arguing about this for 20 years." That post is now 10 years old.
Of course.
So it's now 30 years. And I see people in the chat going, Asuka fucking won, and that's because they don't pay attention. So
immediately the counter argument began.
You think you could fool me with this? What happened was those screens got out, and those screens are Asuka and Shinji on a date, Asuka and Shinji being married, Asuka and Shinji holding their new child,
happily ever after.
And you're like, whoa, my God. But what actually is the video that those are taken from? That is during human instrumentality, when Asuka sees a version of her life of what could have been a happily ever after that's very simple and clean,
and goes,
and she rejects it as not appropriate for her future.
Correct. So seeing that screenshot and going, oh my God, and then immediately right underneath it, it's like, context, you assholes. This is a revision she rejects.
And while people were sifting through that's when they announced there was a 30th anniversary Evangelion project featuring Taro and Okabe. And I'm sorry, I forget the name of the director. But
I mean, we are approaching Narusaku levels of denial.
Hey, have you heard of the conspiracy behind Narusaku that like Sakura was made more intolerable in the anime compared to the actual manga pages? Like little things here and there where instead of asking about the team, she asks only about Sasuke and shit like that.
I did not hear about that. And I read pretty far in And I felt they were pretty much the same character. Is that true?
Yeah, there are little bits and pieces in the official like
That's
animation and the
crazy.
filler that makes her more intolerable
I mean,
because the anime studio is biased against her.
I'd be curious to see the scene, because there is the moment that is the clearest. You belong to the streets.
Yeah.
You know, and I'd like, I'm wondering if that's treated any differently, because that's the ultimate in fucking dust off, hit the
Yeah.
old trail, kick rocks, and that's, I can buy into that conspiracy. I can buy into that. Sure.
So yeah, there's gonna be an Evangelion thing, and it's being handed to the person who I would be most interested
Literally.
in seeing tackle Evangelion. I have a suspicion, and that suspicion will be that it will barely or not at all feature even one character from Evangelion.
It's so exciting. It's so exciting to think about something, Ava, that is just fucking way out there, that has nothing, right? It might be, or it might not. I don't know. But what interests me is the simple idea that, like, this creator actually went, I've got something to say. I have an idea for this. And I'm like, you do? Like, you're, of the things that you would pick up and want to like move forward, that's a big step. It's, you know, like, I'm sure he's got ideas and games and all kinds of stuff, but to be like, I have a chapter of Ava that I think is interesting and worth telling, and to do that, like, that is in and of itself reason for me to be like, yep, I want to know what you want to do with this.
Like, there are 3 places that I can see Taro thinking it would be fun to place an Evangelion new project. One of which is in episode 1 of Eva, in which Shinji doesn't get injured; he just gets fucking killed by the angel and dies.
Do you think
like a retake situation? The second is following no currently existing named characters in the 13-year gap between 2.22 and 3.0. And the other is in the sea of human instrumentality from 26.
So here's the question. Instrumentality, is that the coward's way out for every single story? Because it feels like that's your 1-year war for Gundam parlance.
Alternatively, what you can do,
you can make any story told in instrumentality for any alternate reality.
Alternatively, what you can do, if you're really ballsy, is you can have a unnamed character from the background of the train station from 3.0 plus 1.0, and have the first scene have them see Shinji and Mari walk away, and then follow this new character through a 26 episode story that doesn't feature an Evangelion at all.
Well, we know there's a robot screaming at the end of that trailer. There is a robot screaming at the end of it, right? It's there.
That's the last shot of the final episode.
Yoko can also just shoot us many years past any of that, right? You can just fucking, well, there's overgrowth on the instruments, right?
I haven't actually seen it.
Oh, okay. So there's a shot of a piano and a violin and a cello, and they're all overgrowth with leaves and shit, in a destroyed environment, which is it's near-esque in that, like, time has passed over tech. And then after the text goes by, the last thing you see is a fucking Ava going off. So, I mean, I'm fully committed to the idea of just jumping someplace, sometime, somewhere.
What's the name of this? I'll just watch it right fuck now. It's a minute long, right?
Yeah, I mean, New Ava.
Here we go, found it.
Teaser PV.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but I made like a thread based off of like the 3.0, 1.0 like poster, which was Shinji standing on a train track.
Okay.
And I made like a 40, 50 tweet like rant that basically described the entire plot of the movie from start to end, and I was completely right, 100%.
Okay.
Because I'm obsessed.
Okay.
And I'm inside Anno's brain. Yeah, let's just Sound of Water Dripping.
There's a lot of
Paradise Grave. Here's Song of Misfortune.
I don't have the translated text on I didn't see the translated text for what the statements are in the trailer. So there's some Japanese.
Destroyed Violin. Destroyed Piano.
Time has passed. Building.
Destroyed Cello. Destroyed School.
All the instruments from Death and Rebirth.
Circular Area. Concert Hall. Completely original anime series.
Move the timeline forward in a Drakengard to Nier-esque way. Fuck it, sure, why not?
Okay,
I'm down.
That is a Black Ava, which either means it is a new one or it's Unit 4. And it says completely original, which to me says we are going to have some point of divergence that will be around Second Impact. Something about Second Impact will be different and therefore not focus on Gendo and Yui Ikari.
Divergence point versus moving what exists forward is less interesting because it's just another version of instrumentality in a way of like all what ifs, and I'd be down for less of a what if and more of a like this happened. I also feel like showing the overgrowth on the instruments that the kids played is kind of showing that time passes from that the concerto, Death and Rebirth, with all of them playing. So I'm gonna
Eternal Summer Vacation, Paradise Grave. What you hear is a Song of Misfortune.
And the question, how do you move past the end of Ava, though? I have no fucking idea, but I'm curious to see if Yoko has an answer to it. Because that's a really interesting question. I'm very excited for
Eternal Summer
this.
Vacation sounds like it's talking about Second Impact, because that's when the climate change hit the planet in that show.
Again, I think if you alternate timeline, it's the same level of like, not cop out, but instrumentality is a cop out. So it's like that where you're like, okay, it's just an alternate story, right? But you could.
Well, I mean, the end of Ava leads to multiple loops of identical stories with changes, so you can just be like, this is attempt 4 of End of Evangelion with Kaoru crawling out of that fucking box.
I mean, again, if you want to move past the train station, you can, right? You can choose that and go, we're locking into this. We're locking into Shikinami timeline, and just go, the camera stays here.
Yeah.
And just run the clock on it. Again, I'm like, I don't figure Yoko Taro picks up the pen on something like this without some profound thought.
So I fully expect this to be an alternate history, which will feature Shinji in the first episode, and then he will fucking die. Not as the guy who gets in the robot, just like, Shinji, where are you going? I'm gonna go this way, and like a car falls on him and he's like pulverized into fucking goo. And one, because it's Taro and he thinks that's funny, and two, because that will cause the fucking thing to explode across the internet.
It would. Also, prepare yourselves for your to-be in plug suit crossover merchandise and artwork.
I gotta be honest, I'm kind of shocked I haven't seen a piece of art of that today.
It is happening as we speak. It is literally.
I think people are jerking off too hard to get their hands steady.
No, you are underestimating the power of the artist with one hand. The artist with one hand has an arm free, and the reference material is already pulled up. I think it's happening as we speak, sir. This is very exciting. I'm very, very
The
jazzed
Square
for.
owns 2B, so it could be 3C.
We just saw a trailer. We just saw a trailer that is like the near timeline recap. Here's all the things that happened, and then also all of these guest cameos. Don't forget those, to be continued. So, Near Evangelion, I am watching with great interest. I'm studying its career with great interest. And yeah, Okabe is fucking goated on the music. Done and done. Beyond that, I touched on it a little bit, but effectively, Evo has announced their plan for 2026 through 2030. The idea is they're going to be expanding into 9 tournaments a year in 5 new countries, and it's going to be all over the place. And people have been wondering, where's Evo going to be taking place next? And, you know, they announced, of course, there's Vegas, and then they eventually announced Japan in the past. And then they kind of said, oh, we're going to France. And people were like, oh, there's some mystery countries. Is it going to be? Where is it going to be? And they were playing very coy. And then they didn't announce Saudi Arabia back last time when they were doing the new list of locations, right? And everyone went, huh. But in the back of your mind, you're like, okay, but it's coming though. Let's not mince words. You don't buy your toys to not play with them. And so with yesterday's story, they then announced Evo 9 tournaments, and you're getting Vegas, Japan, Europe, Singapore, Morocco, Brazil, China, Middle East, Mexico. And
where's it going to be in the Middle East, will it?
It says Middle East.
Oh, that's crazy.
I mean, there's a flag, but it says Middle East, so who knows? It could be anywhere. And it's kind of just like, it's interesting to watch, because when you see that type of reveal, and I mean, it was France before, but it said Europe on the thing here. It is interesting because, like, you go, oh, so you know how people feel about this. You're well aware. You didn't just buy this and not know. And everyone's been pretty vocally, you know, uncomfortable with Saudi Arabia's purchasing of half of Evo. And
well, some fighting game people have been uncomfortable.
Sure.
I know at least a couple that are like, hell yeah.
And so knowing that everyone's got their eye waiting to see, waiting for the inevitable, because, you know, there's been events that have been happening around the Evo timeline as well, and invitationals and so on. It's like, here is the scattershot announcement. It's international. It's going all over the place. So why wouldn't it come here? And it's like, right. The distraction method by being everywhere is how you don't focus on the one. And why would you? Because it's worldwide. It's everywhere now, you know? And it's interesting because it's, in terms of marketing, right? Your strategy gets to be like, you announce the thing you've always wanted to, but you make it exciting for people that have wanted access to a big event. So people in Singapore, Morocco, and Brazil, and, you know, China are like, and Mexico are popping off. They're obviously like, yeah, that's awesome. We get a tournament that we didn't have before. That's super cool. But all of that is like, you're willing to spend the money, where if you really could get what you wanted, you would just go Vegas, Japan, Saudi Arabia. But to soften the blow and to continue the washing, you have to put more out there, right?
I think there's more going on than
of course.
just that.
Well, there's more than that. Yeah, of course. On a second layer, I would say, this is all me just speculating and thinking about what my impression is of it. But I would say that, like, the second layer of it is, you know, when Bobby Kotick buys the name Guitar Hero, you got to put out a whole lot of Guitar Hero to make as much money back on what you spent your money on. Otherwise, it's a bum investment. So you don't buy the thing to keep it the same. You got to do more. You got to spend more. You got to potentially spread it thin to blow it up and do what you think is going to expand it. And the effect that likely has is you make, I guess, a lot of less significant, smaller events that probably don't mean as much to the scene in the sense that you can't really center it around a main one. People are not going to be able to certainly travel to multiple. It's like what this does is create a series of less important things, you know? And again, you don't want to, the benefit, and you have this as a side effect as well, while again, people in these different territories are having access to an event that they never had before. So that's a positive, right? But I also know that if you look at Evo Japan and the way, and like Evo, like, and in Europe and stuff like that with like France, it's like, it's not Vegas sized of an event. It's a much smaller, more, you know, transmittable, transferable ballroom based major. So that's probably going to be the way things look going forward every year. And the idea of 9 events, 9 Evos a year means almost one a month. It's just a weird, it's never going to not be happening thing to do for what used to be like a major event. And then you also have the like, and we're getting involved with the, you know, smaller things as well. My end statement is, as always, support your locals, because when they're done playing with their toys, that's all you got left.
So I had 2 questions right when this happened. The first of which is like, oh, they just want to kill every event that they don't own by flooding. They're basically having a Super Bowl in every town.
It depends on whether Revo, Arc Tour, and Tekken World Tour, and Capcom Pro Tour like attached to those events or continue to do their own thing.
But like they want to be the show in town every day.
Yes.
Everywhere. And the second of which
you want to yeah. Yep.
Was I think is the most important thing, because we're talking about Evo, which is the biggest event and it's once a year, is which is the real one? Because one of them is going to be the real one with the real winners of the real biggest tournament. And why am I thinking where that one's going to be?
So
the one that will have the most money, and the one that is more centrally located on the world map.
So as I described, Evo Japan, bit smaller. Evo France, Nice, bit smaller. A lot of these events, bit smaller. Vegas has a contract, right? Whenever they do these deals for a tournament, you don't just go, hey, can we come back next year? Sure thing. Here you go. Sign the paper. No, you agree to a major event for a extended period of time so that you can guarantee this weekend is going to be safe for you going forward. So Evo,
until we back out.
Exactly. So Evo's probably, you know, they left the Mandalay Bay. They were in Caesar's Palace, you know, before that. They're probably going to be locked into the Vegas Convention Center, for however many years. And that's the biggest venue you can get in Vegas and in the city. So that seems like it would be the place that has the most standing to be the big one. Unless you own a country.
And you're willing to fly everybody out just to do it.
There is probably discussion of an Evo arena built into the line.
I think what we're going to see is that the Saudi Arabia Evo is going to, in actuality, be the most moneyed invitational ever, in which they will just grab hundreds of good competitors and offer them to go out.
You are correct in that it will be the most moneyed, and it'll walk in and it'll attempt to become the capital, the finals, right? The world finals. There's a thing at the bottom of the graphic that says like world finals event or whatever. That's just kind of listed on the timeline. Yeah. But I don't think it's going to be invitational, because if you look at the Riyadh Comedy Festival and the other stuff they're doing, they want tourists. They want people coming through. So it's likely going to be the open event, as it always is. But there's going to be a definite like incentive behind the scenes, I'm sure, and tons of cash to,
it's a lot easier for a lot of American competitors to drive to Vegas than it is to fly to Saudi Arabia.
So there will be the facilitation of competitors who are known, I'm sure, to be able to make it out there, to make it a competitive event. I wouldn't be surprised. This is all just random speculation and guessing as things go. But
so this is the thing. It's like Evo is coming out to try and kill all non-Saudi Arabian owned fighting game events. Just straight up. They're trying to Walmart their way into fighting game events, which is like, this seems like no offense to anybody who works on this. This seems like a massive fucking waste of money. Because if it gets too bad and it gets too bullshit, then people will just go back to their fucking local town meetups. Shit. Right? Like,
I mean, but that's same for golf, same for wrestling, same for,
Hey, Wooly, I have a question. Say you're going to have Evo in Saudi Arabia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Saudi Arabia is not the most progressive country in the world.
No.
Right?
No.
It's not.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to have a Guilty Gear tournament or Tekken tournament?
No, that's
in that country.
No. That's easy. That's easy. If you're visiting, if you're outside, it's the same way that comedians, for example, Jessica Kirson, who's gay, went to the Riyadh Comedy Festival and was able to perform and make jokes about her identity and so on, and not get flack for it. It's like, no, if you're a part of the thing that is helping the image,
moneyed class.
Yeah. If you're a part of the wash, then you're good. That's that much is clear.
Oh, so you get a little piece of paper that says you're one of the good ones.
Yeah. You're part of the wash. You're part of the wash. It's all good. So that's totally fine. The content, the so on, etc. Yeah. That's all fine.
I hope the competitors that take money to fly out there get paid big for the shit they're going to deservedly receive after they go.
Well, they do, and there's, there's that discussion that always happens, which is like, yeah, there's a lot that they are getting. And when you have like the comedians that are already fucking multimillionaires going out to the Riyadh Comedy Festival, it's like, yeah, you guys have what you have. And there's a difference between that and some random FGC person who has life-changing money they're going to get from this or whatever. So everyone make your own decisions and do what you want to do. Like it's
I don't remember. There is
a difference, I would say, between the two.
I don't remember where I saw it, but I remember when people were talking about, like, I think it was Burr going out there, which was the comment, like, it's crazy how being a millionaire can make you such a whore.
Yeah, Burr.
Like, you already have millions.
Yeah.
Suddenly you become desperate for more millions.
And Burr was the crazy one, because it was like, you are previously specifically called this out directly. So what the hell? Yeah. But anyway, I mean, look, again, it's everyone, you do your thing. You make your decisions, you go as you are comfortable and as you see fit. It's obviously as well, like, for people that I know that are like fucking spent a lifetime trying to like get, that working with fighting games and get it and get into, the peak of it, which is like, again, Evo, the big thing, and then kind of just having it all sort of turn into this and stuff. It just sucks because everything is out of everyone's control. And there's just, you're kind of like, well, I don't know how this happened, but here we are. And I don't know how long this is going to last, but potentially forever or until they get bored. And this is just the how we deal with it in the meantime. And, I think that just the difference between something being owned by individuals versus being owned by a nation, by a government, by a country.
Sure, we can. There's also like a different thing. Like, we can remove the Saudi Arabian, like, the ethical dilemma here. Like, let's say this was just a company. Let's just say this was like,
that'd be. I wouldn't give a shit. That would be completely different.
Hold on. Let me stop. Let me just finish this.
Okay.
Let's say, I don't know, some esports company you never heard bought Evo and just started flooding the channel with Evos, right? That's also bad because it's trying to muscle out other events and have a monopoly on events.
And the effect that it has on Evo. Yeah, that's a
like, that's also materially poor, regardless of any other ethical consideration, regardless of the buyers.
There's a difference, but yes, there is too much of that is just not great. Which, again, hey, Guitar Hero fucking 4 times a year until you realize, this brand is going to die. Time to make more Guitar Hero to get as much money out of it as possible before it completely dries up.
I foresee this massive back and forth between people who take massive payouts to go down there, and good for them, saying, why are you hating on me? I just wanted the money. And it's like, but the money is to insulate your heart from people hating you. That's the purpose of the money. Like, you can't have both of the things. Like, be an adult, and if you're gonna take your money, take your hate with it. That's the deal that you're making.
People, like, I'm just, everybody is going to do what they feel comfortable with, and if you are drawing a line or not drawing a line, I'm not gonna. It's the same. We did this a month ago. I'm not gonna sit in the tower and yell.
I'm not even talking about my own opinion
about players going and doing their thing. It's like, if you do it, you do it. That's fine. I know people that are gonna do it, whatever, and I know people that already did it, and it's like, yeah, okay, do your thing. I speak for no one but myself.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not talking about you,
high and mightiness,
and I'm not talking about me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that it's so embarrassing when you see somebody take money for something that's morally questionable and go, why are you guys hate me? You can't hate me.
Right.
I can hate you for any reason I want.
Yeah, I think
you can't tell me not to hate.
I think the Bill Burr and like the comedian stuff, like the response there, you can see how that's gone, and it's really rough, especially for him. And like, what's the big deal? And everyone being like, dude, come on, you know. And
yeah, no, it's embarrassing. That's what I mean by like, be an adult and take your lumps. Like, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's
I'm not gonna tell. Like, okay, let's say Jimmy Fighting Games,
mm-hmm,
right?
Mm-hmm.
That I know has been offered $1 million. Cash, no taxes, whatever, to go down and compete in the Saudi Arabian Evo, right? And he goes, man, I got to take the money. And like, I go, I'm not going to tell you what to do, because that's your own decision, and that's a lot of money. I would never tell you what to do. But when you come back
it comes with
and
heat.
I shit on you for it,
comes with
every
heat.
day of the rest of your life, and you say, stop that, I'll say, I didn't tell you what to do. You don't tell me what to do either.
It's, and what I'd say too as well is that the difference, like, Bill Burr in particular got more of it than, say, like Pete Davidson, who I think his statement, because people were like, Pete, didn't your father die in 9/11? Isn't that something? And he said, yeah, I saw the numbers and I went, that's crazy, I'll do that. And everyone was like, oh,
that's so much more honest.
He just literally said,
respect that so much more.
He straight up just said, I saw the number and went, holy shit, I'll do that.
No, absolutely, but I want the money.
End of discussion.
Yeah, okay.
End of discussion. There's nothing else to say there. You know,
I'm gonna judge you in my heart,
and that's
but
it.
At least we don't have to do a dance.
Well, that's it. Like, I got nothing. Like, you there you are. That's what it is, and it's that simple. You know,
the dance is so annoying.
Yeah,
it's so annoying.
So, yeah. That's it. We don't. You know me. I don't like the ambiguities. To the point, you know. But yes, I feel like the effect on the smaller events and the effect on the tours and all that stuff, I
think the effect on those is obviously poor. I think the effect generally, I think the effect on the community will be significantly negative, because the conversation we're having now is going to be made writ large, and you are going to have, let's just say from a competition standpoint, you're going to have competitors that might have won not go for moral reasons.
And then you have to go, well, was it a legit event because these people didn't go?
No.
Yeah, that's a
The
real
legit event is the one with the most high-level competitors.
that is not a coming conversation. It is active. It is happening right now
right.
as people.
So like,
yeah, the community is going through that right now. Absolutely.
let's say world's best Street Fighter 6 player by most metrics doesn't go, but he does go to CEO. Guess what? CEO is now the new Evo because the winner of that Street Fighter 6 tournament is probably the best one, or Capcom Cup, or whatever.
But
right.
But the strategy and the like this really like this thing that the conversation we're having where like this sucks and you care about if you care about the games and the genre and whatever's going on, then you know the impact it has is negative. But on the higher level of it, it's just like, yeah, but you ignore it and too bad, and we just move on, right? That's been the strategy so far, and that continues to be the strategy. So ultimately it'll be like, oh yeah, well that player didn't go, so fuck them, and then this person's the champ, and then they'll just, and like whatever that thing you're describing is of like, we know in our hearts or whatever, it's like, yeah, but your heart has no value. Right. What does have value is the goal that this person is standing on as they won first place, and that's it.
The 10 events thing is crazy because I've been running the math in my head. It's like the Olympics coming out and saying, by the way, our Olympics are going to be happening every 6 months.
Yeah.
In a different country.
Yeah.
Forever. And you go, fuck that. I don't give a shit about that. Like,
yeah. No,
ridiculous.
You can just like, if you just want to talk about the fact that there's that many of them, but really like, as far as like the marketing goes, the brilliance of the move that is bringing more events to people in places that didn't have access to them, and giving those people a reason to be like, nah, I'm super happy about this and I support it. It's like, that's a brilliant move. Because it is you have that benefit you're bringing clearly for people internationally that is like, yeah, unquestionable.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, and this is kind of a global political situation, right? So like, let's say Brazil doesn't have an equivalent Evo. So you would go, hey, Brazilians, don't get excited for the gigantic event that's coming to your country as a never before seen event that's unique and is fine, right? That's ridiculous, right? That's a fucking ridiculous thing to say. That's too much pressure to put on any individual person, right?
Do you have any idea how insane KOF Grand Finals in Evo Mexico is going to go?
Yeah, right? And similarly, it reminds me of when the G8 went to China a couple decades back and said, hey, you got to get your pollution shit under control. And the official Chinese response was, all your countries got to have their industrial revolutions and go crazy with it and become the G8. But now that it's China's turn, no, China, climate's a problem. That's not fair. And they're kind of right. Like, that's not fair.
Yep.
And you can go, well, Canada says the climate is really bad right now and we have to change it now. And China gets to go, we don't care, actually.
But my hypocrisy is special, Pat. So...
And then they outpaced us on green energy anyway. So, haha.
In conclusion, play Crushing Force.
Yeah, Crushing Force. Crushing
Shut
Force
the fuck
is the new
you cowards,
top Evo game.
And play Crushing Force.
You know what? They're never gonna play at fucking Saudi Arabia Evo. They're never gonna have a full blown tournament of that fucking Sailor Moon game from hell.
Yes, yeah, Fighters S or whatever, Sailor Moon S.
Yeah,
Sure. Dong ain't making it. That ain't running. Yeah. Solved. I solved this entire.
You actually kind of solved it before.
Solved it yesterday.
Before you knew. You're thinking ahead.
Okay, and just a couple other things. Toby Fox might have something to do with Toy Story 5.
He might be fucking with you though. That's it's Toby Fox, so the possibility is always there.
Hold on a second, BRB.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Yes. Toby Fox might have something to do with Toy Story 5. And we don't know what the fuck that is. But he tweeted out the trailer and quote above it said, let me just get the exact wording. Super excited for this finally being announced. Can't wait for you guys to see what we have in store for you this time. And
yeah, he sounds like he's fucking around.
Sounds like a troll, but I don't know.
He sounds like he's fucking a boot.
I don't know what the fuck that means. That being said, even though Toy Story could have easily ended at 3 and would have been fine, I don't know if you saw the trailer, but I do have to say that I was like, okay, why are we coming back again? And then,
yeah, who gives a shit? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, fucking Toy Story, are we doing another one? And then the kid pulls out a iPad and locks in on a tablet, and I go, oh, yeah, no.
The most evil. Wooly, I will say this, and I'll be saying this every time it comes up for years and years and years. I genuinely believe that iPad children are the smoking hazard of our generation.
Yeah, we already know the studies.
These kids are fucking hooked, man.
If you're not making an attempt to minimize or at least control the amount, it has an effect. We know this. The data's there for sure. Watching the eyes fucking dilate when the kid picks up the iPad in the trailer too as well, and drop all toys. You're like, that is a villain that the Toy Story crew has to defeat.
It is my. Oh my God! Somebody in the chat just said lead to asbestos to microplastics to screen time.
Man.
Oh man.
I'm curious because I'm imagining it's not just like if you're gonna pull Toby in for some reason, I'd imagine it's the software running on the iPad, right? Like the little frog tablet has got to have some games on it, and you're gonna need Roblox, and you're gonna need.
I have a nightmare image in my mind of scrolling through TikTok and seeing Toy Story 5 clips with motherfucking Subway Surfer.
Oh fuck! Oh, the message of the movie. Oh my God, we're totally heading there. Oh Jesus Christ. Joyce is right forever, man.
By the way, Wooly, you're doing a great job. You're doing excellent with your baby.
Oh.
And sometimes it's going to be hard, like with the almost no screen time kind of thing. But then you know what's going to happen? You're going to bring that baby out, and they're going to hang out with other babies, and you're going to look at those other babies, and you'll be able to tell from a distance which kids of those are fucked.
Yep.
Like you can see it. It's crazy.
No, the tightrope is you want to minimize, but not to the point where they're so outside the norms and ostracized that you don't.
Yeah, you don't want to have the kid. You don't want to have your child be the only kid in class that hadn't watched The Simpsons that way. That was our equivalent
unable
of that.
to make friends and exactly right. So you have to keep it within the lane. That's the trick, for sure.
Like I was playing blocks. We were at a family event, like a early learning thing for the babies at our local elementary school, and my boy was going through the shapes, and he was like, "Is this a pentagon?" And I'm like, "No, buddy, it's an octagon because it has 8 sides." And we're going through that, right? And then a 5-year-old next to him picked one up and said, "Is this a pentagon?" And it was a fucking square, dude. And I was just like, Man,
and I see
you're in kindergarten. This is dire.
But the other thing I had though, a couple, days ago, I was talking about this exact thing, and I was like, but you know what else though? Here's the other problem. Me, Wooly, I fucking love screens, dude.
Okay, so
screens rule. They're my whole life,
dude.
I have built a fucking career and house and family on screens. Screens are awesome.
So we've had the discussion, right? Me and Paige are constantly going over this. We're like, okay, how much screen time is appropriate for what age, for blah 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 blah, right? What type of screen time? Like, I'm not going to let my kid play Resident Evil 9 at age 10, like my parents would have. You know why? That's not appropriate for children. I should not have been allowed to play Resident Evil 2 at 11. That's fucked up.
You got to check it.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And it's like, how much? Okay, if your chores are done and your homework's done and you had dinner with the family, half hour, like we'll figure it out, right? But, hey, Dad, how come I can only get an hour, but every single night after I go to bed, I know you're playing like MMOs for 3 hours?
Oh, smoking cigarette parent, do as I say and not as I do?
And the answer is going to have to be, no, I wasn't. It's like,
ooh, the house of cards you build. Ooh, the house you build on the sand, sir, and the tide is coming. The tide is coming in.
So that's dangerous, right? That's really dangerous, right? And the answer will actually probably be it's for work.
Yes. Now you're fucking cooking. Now you're thinking with portals.
It's for work.
It is for work. Correct.
Me and your Uncle Wooly got 1 in a million shots, and we got really lucky. And so we got to turn this into a profession, but you probably won't get that lucky because I raised you better and you're not nearly as traumatized. Therefore, you're not as funny. You're going to be a doctor. So get back to your medical textbooks.
Okay. Well, now you're not. Now you're losing me. Now you're turning into my dad. Now you're losing me. I don't like that last part. We don't need that.
Okay. So me and Paige have talked about this.
But sure,
he doesn't have to be a doctor.
Okay.
He doesn't have.
Okay.
But if he's not a doctor, he can marry a doctor.
When you tell your kid they've got to be a doctor or a lawyer, you turn out like me. So, yeah.
That's not true.
No, but sometimes
a lot of doctors and lawyers got told by their parents that they were going to be doctors and lawyers.
And then they did it. Yeah.
They just did it.
No. Okay. Like when my dad did that and I was like, with what authority? Like, you know, it was like, okay, yeah, word, cool, gotcha.
Is to love and support your children so that they trust you when you tell them they should become doctors.
I have my particulars, and there are my own hangups on that, but it's the same as what are you doing? Cut your hair. You'll never get a job that way.
Yeah, right.
You know, and it's like, motherfucker, I'm not working anywhere that has an issue with my haircut.
No, of course not.
Like, I'm not getting that job, you know? And yeah, unfortunately, in a million other realities, I would have to fucking suck it up and eat shit and then eventually go, damn, I guess they were right. But in this one, I'm kind of fucking crushing it. So I'm going to stand on it right now and be like, yeah, how about not, you know? I fucking hated that QA life I was stuck in for a while, and that shit was torturous at times. It was a job, however, but one thing they did get right was the slogan, "Your parents were wrong." They were rolling with that for a while for game testing. It was the idea that like,
that doesn't really fit for the guy who's just not getting promoted and testing for like 10, 15 years. No, that's entry level shit.
No, I suppose not. But the idea at the
very
least,
for you, it was true.
That's it. My timeline.
Yeah, for you it was.
For my timeline, it worked out.
Bro, my mom still does not understand even this podcast.
Internet radio show.
I keep telling her it's a radio show, and then she goes, "Oh, like on the radio?" I'm like, "No, on the internet." Like the radio? I'm like, God damn it! Like, God damn it!
Okay, I wanted to briefly mention two cool things. One, the folks that made the fighting game Checkmate Showdown, which was that chess and fighting game at the same time thing. Bad Res Games. They're based in Montreal. Nice folks. They had announced their next project, which is called A Fighter's Nova, Mindara. And it is an RPG that is like almost like running around a world Seiken Densetsu style, getting into fighting game fights as with the battle system.
How do I spell this?
I'll send the trailer over here.
Yeah.
There's a Kickstarter they're running. Yeah, as always, giant like check it out, see if you're interested. But whatever, I leave it up to your discretion. But yeah, it is a tag-based, you and a partner and your team going into fighting game fights, which is almost like, Tales games. You get into like side view action juggling sort of systems. But yeah, they decided to go from Checkmate Showdown as a like prototype for fighting game mixed with chess into now
very interesting concept.
Open RPG. Yeah. So
Virtua Quest tried it and failed. Let's see if they can manage.
Yeah, again, they're I believe, they have some fun ideas, and the character designs that they're showing off so far are pretty cool. They got some nice art going for it, so I'm hoping for good things. Wanted to give that a shout out. And we don't have the time to get into it this time, maybe for next time. But the trailer for the follow-up to RRR has been released.
Ooh.
And it's called Varanasi to the World. So we can talk about that next time.
I'm gonna click to a random moment and hopefully something cool's happening.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna see some shit.
Oh, that's cool.
You're gonna see some shit. This thing is the most ambitious film I have ever seen a trailer for in my life. Like, RRR was like kicking dust, putting together fucking a hut, making it's working in caves compared to what's going on here. Varanasi is so insanely ambitious. I can't believe it.
That looks very crazy. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
You can't possibly. So you're gonna need to take it in. There's wild shit happening in this trailer, and I can't wait. The establishing, if RRR started up an MCU of sorts with like the way that ended and the characters that like had their awakening moments, this is taking that and trying to tell the everywhere, all things, all times story. It is the Omni movie. Wild shit. All right, let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
There is one over here coming in from name not given, but hello Papa Chewie and Father Fuckface. The analog Balatro from a couple episodes ago reminded me of some of the goofy names people use for DPS meters in FF14. The game does, by default, log every instance of incoming and outgoing damage in the chat window under a dedicated tab. It's not a DPS meter, though. It's just a chronological list of the actions taking place.
Yeah, it's just an event log.
Scrolls too fast for human eyes to interpret, so instead people use third-party plugins to see the average DPS, and it's against TOS to speak of them. So people jokingly refer to such plugins as my Abacus or my cousin. Excuse me, since theoretically you could be doing the math yourself really fast in your head, but you're obviously not. Are there other examples of dumb cover words for things that aren't explicitly said?
I felt really stupid. I was talking to, God, who was it? It was Max and Kenny and Steve a million years ago on their stream.
Abacus.
I was playing Third Strike.
Abacus.
And Kenny was telling a story for like fucking 15 minutes. About a day that he was trying to find the ice cream man. And he was like really deep into the story. And I was like, Kenny, what the fuck? Why do you want ice cream so bad? And everybody was just like, he's talking about drugs, Pat. He's trying to buy drugs. And I was like, yes, drugs.
I am hip with it. I am. Yes, one.
See, this is okay. So this is before I moved out to British Columbia, before I started doing drugs, right?
I would like one weed, please.
Wooly, I have gone to the store and bought one weed.
But I want it to be an illegal weed.
No, I want weed in a can. Weed in a can is the best. Had weed in a can? It's great. It's like a Coca-Cola that just makes you feel real good.
We got him. Yeah. See, that's funny because like you just ask Reggie a question and see what kind of answer you get.
Yeah.
You know? I refer to because I for them it's at this point it's whatever, but when I'm focusing on YouTube on Let's Play stuff, and I don't want to have conversations with chat logs people can't see because people would get annoyed about like a one-way thing, and I don't want to have the chat then rolling through the VOD as much. And again, it's fine if you do it, whatever. I like the clean LP thing, and I think other people don't want that. Therefore, I'm like, time to times I refer to the universe or Shivers, you know, as a thing, and ultimately, you know, you want to repeat the question back if anything and such, so that it doesn't detract, because you don't want to have the one-way conversation and have it feel too
that's why I put that shit up on the fucking side so I don't have to do that. It's so annoying.
That is the easy way to do it. That is the easy way to do it.
And you know what? YouTube doesn't show up there because of Twitch rules. So I will, when I respond to YouTube, I just don't include the question because YouTube questions are terrible. They're awful.
Twitch does not like the idea of displaying both chats.
YouTube chat. They don't like that.
Oh, they're not happy.
Those rules changed today. They just changed
literally today.
Literally just crazy talk is undefeatable.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. You can do mixed chats now?
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
See, now I got to figure out how to do that. Fuck. I don't know how to do that.
All right. And let's take one over here. Hello, Vagabond Wooly and Monster Pat. Normally, I'm all for creators branching out and trying new things. That said, are there any creatives who you actually want to be typecasted or pigeonholed into a specific type of creative output? For me, the answer most of my life has been Guy Ritchie. I think he should only make movies about London gangsters and intersecting plot threads. I know Sherlock Holmes have some shooters, but I'd rather watch Snatch, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels and The Gentleman basically any day of the week. Yeah, that is a great answer. You could have said Yoko Taro up until today, but that doesn't apply anymore. But yeah, I think Guy Ritchie is a great answer.
I think that one Daisuke Ishiwatari should never be allowed to make anything but a fighting game for as long as he lives.
It doesn't have to be Guilty Gear, but it must be a fighting game?
Yes.
But are you lying?
I'm not lying.
Okay. It has to be Guilty Gear, doesn't it? It does have to be Guilty Gear.
I would prefer it if it were Guilty Gear. Personally.
Daisuke's BlazBlue? Fuck it.
BlazBlue's got some stuff.
Demon and Baby. Yeah. All right, last one. Dylan says, Dear Australis Pat and Regulus Wooly, Dylan here. I feel a strange obligation to mention this given that Wooly didn't know Dino Crisis 3 existed, as is the case for many. Pat neglected to mention...
Very funny.
But Dino Crisis 3 takes place in the far future, 2548, and it takes place in space. As a result, all dinosaurs are weird mutant alien freak versions of popular dinosaur species, which in itself is cool as fuck. This makes it all the more depressing the game is complete ass, given what they were willing to do with setting up the setting of the enemies. What are your examples of a cool as fuck concept or something like that that fell flat for unrelated reasons? Bring back Dino Crisis. I didn't know that. That's cool. That's crazy.
Yeah.
They fucking Jason and spaced it.
I think that Xenoblade Chronicles X is a really cool take on the Xenoblade idea, but they put it on the Wii U and therefore it was bad. So I'm glad that we can see that take now off of that piece of shit. just shooting a grave, and I don't care.
So
Reminds me of that guy who goes and dances on Lyndon B. Johnson's grave every day.
So once upon a time, there was a game named Chrono Cross.
They should have just made it its own thing rather than tie it in. Like, really.
And Chrono Cross was brave enough to try a couple of things. And some of them worked, and some of them didn't. But I like remembering the things that did.
Yeah.
And then there was Radical Dreamers, which was only available on a Hotel TV Super Nintendo. So, you know, that happened too, I suppose. Chrono Cross deserves justice, man.
No, it doesn't.
It could have been. It could have been. It wasn't, but it could have been.
Oh, by the way, we didn't talk about this, but they were re-released Final Fantasy VII today on Steam, and it's a new version by .emu. It's a completely busted piece of fucking shit.
So I can continue pretending I didn't hear that news, and we can just live our lives?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. All right, see you next week.
Bye-bye.